Justin Steele, who's put together another impressive campaign after an early season injury. First pitch from Steele is coming soon. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet radio network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM.
Let's go, man!
We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Firekeepers Casino 400
from Michigan International Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes!
Ray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favourite SiriusXM FC shows on the all-new SiriusXM app, now available for all subscribers.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back inside Baseball Control, everyone. Show Ali with you. We're getting set for first pitch between the Jays and Cubs here in the Sportsnet Radio Network. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue are standing by with the call. First pitch goes in a little over 15 minutes. But before we get you over to the call of the game, Daniele Franceschi is here at Baseball Control with me to chat about what to expect today at Wrigley Field. And Daniele, yesterday a 6-5 walk-off loss for the Blue Jays was a little bit unfortunate, obviously. You never want to see the kind of fake comebacks being mounted. But hey, I will give the Bats some credit because down 5-2 in the 9th inning, they found a way to push that game to extras. George Springer with a 2-run triple. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just missing one off the end of his bat in extra innings. And yes, that is how they lose 6-5. But you know what? I think in a general sense, we have seen more positive signs from the offense since the All-Star break, since the trade deadline, really. I mean, I don't know if it's that the team has a different composition of players now and they've become more fun to watch, but the team has a different vibe around them these days. And despite losses, when the conversation turns to auditions for 2025, I think it's really interesting to view how they perform on a day-to-day basis.
100%. There's more optimism. And I think a lot of it centers around one guy, and it starts with one guy, certainly, in number 27, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. When he's going, that helps your offense in a big way. And so the Blue Jays are benefiting right now from him being extremely hot. It has buoyed other areas of the lineup, and it's contagious, right? Like when guys are hitting, and you're piecing together productive at-bats and stringing those together, it bodes well for the rest of your lineup. And the Jays are having more success in that regard at this juncture of the season. I know a lot of people say, well, there's no consequence to these games right now. Who cares? At the same time, though, there is something to be said about the process and how you're going about your business on a daily basis, regardless of what the status of your team is from a record standpoint. And right now, the Jays, collectively, this lineup is putting together some quality at-bats, and you saw that yesterday because you don't overcome a 3-run deficit in the 9th inning without stringing together some quality at-bats. And it was all capped off by George Springer with that triple to cash the tying runs and force extra innings.
I do want to hone in with you on a couple of guys I think we're going to be paying extra attention to between now and next season. Because, George Springer, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., they're going to be on the team next year, safe to say. I don't think that's a hot take. But when you look at players like Ernie Clement, he's batting 5th today. Will Wagner, batting 6th today. Davis Schneider, batting 7th today. These are guys I think we're going to have to be paying extra attention to. I think there is a spot on the bench for Ernie Clement next year. Is he the starting third baseman of the Toronto Blue Jays in 2025? I don't know. The answer to that question is a firm one, mainly because there's a real possibility the starting third baseman of the 2025 Toronto Blue Jays is not on this team. It's a very real possibility, but I've liked what I've seen from Ernie Clement as of late. He's been pretty steady over the course of the whole season, but even after some dips, I think in the middle of the season, he has played much better as of late. Certainly, Will Wagner has gotten off to an incredibly impressive start to his career. And it's funny because Will Wagner is batting in front of the guy you could probably most recently compare to in Davis Schneider, because Davis Schneider also got off to a very hot start to his career. Since June, Schneider has been struggling. He's been scuffling a little bit. I think his OPS since the beginning of June is hovering around 500, so it's not great, obviously. But I am really interested to see what Wagner and Schneider have in their back pockets between now and the end of the season, because I don't think they're not in danger of, I think, being cut necessarily, but I think there is a difference between making the 2025 Blue Jays and starting the year, for example, in Buffalo.
Or defining what your role is going to be.
Sure, yeah.
That's part of the equation, too. What's interesting with those two guys in particular is they sort of, right now, are factoring into what is amounting to a bit of a log jam in the middle infield, and certainly in Davis Schneider's case, he's profiling more as of what could be a fourth outfield role, potentially, but certainly these guys are all auditioning for jobs. That's what's at stake here going into the offseason and looking ahead to 2025, is trying to decipher and figure out which of these guys you can pencil into your roster for next season. I think conservatively, we've said Spencer Horwitz, Ernie Clement, feels like they've done enough. It feels like they've achieved enough of a sample size, a positive one at that they have worked themselves into more permanent roles on this team moving forward. When it comes to other guys, and in the case of Will Wagner, whose arrival has been very much celebrated because of how effective and how successful he's been over the first 3 games of his career, you still got to see it a little bit more. And right now, there are a lot of guys that have question marks on them. That is for sure. Jobs at stake for plenty of Blue Jays, younger Blue Jays, going into the offseason in 2025.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what the stature of these guys will be going into next year. And again, I think there's absolutely a role for Will Wagner when it comes to, or pardon me, for Davis Schneider and Ernie Clement when it comes to next year. What Will Wagner's role will be is really interesting. I mean, you certainly hope in a trade for a guy in Yusei Kikuchi, who, by the way, give Yusei a lot of credit. He's been pitching really, really well since going over to Houston, and I really hoped he would have, because I think if he had pitched poorly, given what the Astros gave up for him, and all 3 of those players, I think he would not have had the most welcome reception in Houston. But he's actually pitching very, very well. So I will give him a lot of credit. And I'm glad he's pitching well too, because he's a great dude. But you look at what Will Wagner can be in the future, and I mean, even if he is platooning at second base next year, that's probably a bonus. But again, there's a lot of runway between platooning at second base next year and what he's been doing now. He's got to show a lot more, because again, that's why I brought up Clement and why I brought up Davis Schneider and even Spencer Horwitz to a certain extent, who's not in the lineup today. Day off for him, it looks like. But the only reason I bring it up is because all of those guys, Horwitz, Schneider, and Clement, came up. They all hit pretty well. Then there were a little bit of lulls. I think Horwitz's lull was a little less than Schneider's current lull, for example. But pitchers adjust to these guys. They get adjusted to at some point. And it's a matter of, can they adjust back? And I think we've seen Horwitz adjust back. I think the jury's still out on whether and what happens when pitchers adjust in the first place to Will Wagner. We have not yet 100% seen Davis Schneider adjust back, maybe for the second time, right? Because he's going through an extended slump right now. So it'll be really interesting to see how that develops for all of these. I don't want to call them young guys, but like the newer arrivals on the 2024 Blue Jays roster.
Yeah, Schneider is a great example of this, because when he first arrived in the Major League Show, how were pitchers attacking him? It was a lot of high fastballs. You can't hit the elevated heater. And he started to hone in on that area and figure out, how do I neutralize that pitch? I don't need to be productive on that pitch, against that pitch, but how do I neutralize it to ensure that now I am taking advantage of other pitches, other mistakes that are now floating into the middle of the zone? And that's what allowed him to have a really good start to 2024, be really productive towards the back half of last season. Well, now it's about, all right, maybe I'm focusing too much on trying to cover that part of the strike zone. how do I just simplify my approach? And I think you're seeing this even with a guy like Joey Loperfido, who it seems like there's a combination of approach and mechanical issues right now. That is, I think, the sort of the earmark of young players is trying to, as you put it, make the secondary adjustment. And that's what you see right now with a lot of these guys. And we'll see it with Will Wagner. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. And that is what strikes so much curiosity for me, is what is that going to look like when it comes inevitably, potentially in September?
Sure.
How is he going to adjust to that first adjustment made by Major League pitching once they have the book on him and where his strengths and weaknesses truly lie?
Before we get it over to Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue, I did want to ask you very briefly about today's starting pitcher for the Blue Jays, in Chris Bassitt. And Bassitt got, let's call a spade a spade, got hit pretty hard in the first inning of his last outing against the Oakland Athletics. He made an adjustment. This is true. He only allowed one run through innings 2 through 4 of his most recent outing. What are your expectations for Bassitt today, knowing that he can throw a variety of different pitches? Sometimes I find he struggles against veteran lineups and less so against younger lineups. It is absolutely a veteran lineup for the Chicago Cubs today, but what are your expectations for Bassitt and trying to bounce back after giving up 7 earned runs the last time out?
Yeah, we know he's a guy that's not going to overpower any lineup. He relies on his sinker to really get him into leverage counts. And I think that is pivotal. That's your starting point. That is the foundation. Can he throw strike one consistently and effectively and get ahead of hitters? And what's interesting about this matchup against the Cubs today specifically is that the Cubs, on balance, on paper, haven't done very well against sinker ball pitchers this season. As a team, they're hitting .260 against the sinker, which is third worst in Major League Baseball. That plays favorably into the hand of a guy in Chris Bassitt that uses his sinker more than 40% of the time to try and get ahead, to put himself in position where he can then be the artiste that he is on the mound when it comes to finding creative ways to get guys out and use his assortment of pitches. So I think strike one is important for Chris Bassitt today. Getting through a clean first inning, hopefully, that will be important for him to establish his confidence level, because we do know he looks very, very tense when he steps on that rubber, but it is a controlled level of aggression and chaos for Chris Bassitt more often than not. And I certainly hope that we see a bounce back from him today, because he's had a bit of a rough go of it in his last 7 over the course of July and August.
Yeah, Chris Bassitt's way seems to be one of controlled chaos out there on the mound. Even when he's not throwing the ball, he's just kind of in between pitches.
But goodness.
He will take the mound for the Blue Jays at the bottom of the first inning. Justin Steele will take the mound against the Blue Jays bats at the top of the first inning. Before we send it over to Ben and Chris, let's check out the Bet365 standings update. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet. You can even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. In the AL East, entering play today, New York, after a win over the Tigers last night, they are 73-50. The Orioles lost a very high-scoring game, actually, against the Boston Red Sox. Baltimore now 72-51 after that win over the Orioles. The Red Sox are 64-57. The Rays are 60-61. The Blue Jays, after yesterday's game, are 57-65. They take on the Cubs, who themselves, after a win yesterday in Chicago, are 60-63. Here's the lineup for the Blue Jays today. George Springer is batting leadoff. He is DHing. Dalton Varsho is batting second in center field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is batting third at first base. Alejandro Kirk is catching. He is cleaning up. Ernie Clement is at third base. He is batting fifth. Batting sixth is Will Wagner at second base. Batting seventh is David Schneider. He's in left field. Leo Jimenez is batting eighth. He is at shortstop. And Addison Barger, as it is a DH day for George Springer, he is batting ninth, and he is in right field. Ian Happ is batting leadoff for the Chicago Cubs. He's in left field. Michael Busch is batting second. He's at first base. Seiya Suzuki, who had the game-winning RBI single yesterday, he is DHing today. He is batting third. Cody Bellinger is in right field. He is cleaning up. Isaac Paredes is at third base, batting fifth. Batting sixth is Nico Horner at second base. Batting seventh is Dansby Swanson. He is at shortstop. Pete Crow Armstrong is in center. He is batting eighth. And batting ninth, it is Miguel Amaya. He is catching. It's actually a completely identical lineup to yesterday's lineup. So there you go. Daniele Franceschi is here at Baseball Control with me. He and I will have Jays talk after the ball game. So you want to shoot us a text, 590-590, name and location. You are certainly free to do so. Standard messaging and data rates do apply, but the People's Text line is always open. I will throw out the numbers for you to call after this game is in the books. All right, we're getting close to first pitch, couple minutes away. So to get you set for today's action, game 2 of 3 at Wrigley Field between the Blue Jays and the Cubs, here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Show. The Blue Jays and the Cubs about to head out onto the diamond. The umpires coming out right now for the lineup card exchange as we're getting set for Game 2, like you mentioned, between the Blue Jays and the Cubs. Pretty good pitching matchup we have on deck today, Chris. Chris Bassitt for the Blue Jays and the ace, Justin Steele, for the Cubs.
Yeah, Chris Bassitt actually threw pretty well in his last start. He gave up 6 runs in that first inning, but other than that, he looked like vintage Chris Bassitt. From the second inning till that 5th inning, he was using the fastball effectively. He had command of all his pitches, but in that first inning, I know that he blamed it a little bit on the roof at the Skydome and not knowing whether it was going to be open or closed. I tend to ignore that. But I think that he was just throwing pitches over the middle of the plate. Against this Chicago Cubs lineup, you can't do that. We saw that yesterday with Yariel Rodriguez. He left a few pitches over the middle of the plate, and guess what? They were hit 4 home runs. So Chris Bassitt is going to have to be locked in early, locked in often, like he was from inning 2 to inning 5 in his last start.
Like Chris mentioned, lots of home runs yesterday for the Cubs. 4 of them to score, or pardon me, 3 of them to score. No, let me scratch that. 4 home runs for the Cubs to score 5 of their 6 runs. It was a back-and-forth contest where the Cubs took an early 2-0 lead. The Blue Jays came back. The Cubs took a 5-2 lead, and Toronto had heroics late. 3 runs in the 9th inning, including a game-tying triple with 2 outs by George Springer. But Seiya Suzuki would come up with the walk-off single in the 10th inning. That propelled the Cubs to victory, and these are huge games for the Chicago Cubs, who come into this one 4.5 games out of the wild card right now in a stretch where they're playing a lot of below 500 teams. The Blue Jays are facing a team with a ton of urgency.
Yeah, I think that you saw that last night. At the tail end of that ball game, you could tell just how much they wanted that win. Of course, the Blue Jays wanted to win as well. A little bit different of a situation, but I think that you saw that last night with the urgency late in that ball game, how excited they were to win that ball game. And like you said, they're really close to being in a playoff position. The Chicago Cubs are a tough team. I think they might sneak up on some people.
Cubs missed the playoffs by 1 game last year, trying to avoid a similar fate this year. And a big part of their recent success, Justin Steele on the mound right now. Steele making his 20th start of the season, 3-5 with a 3.16 ERA, 112 strikeouts to 31 walks in 114 innings. He is putting together his 3rd consecutive really good season for Chicago, and he comes from the left side, which has been a challenge at times this year for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, Justin Steele was an all-star in 2023. He's got very good stuff. The 4-seam fastball that he throws at 92, 94 miles an hour, he throws that thing almost 60% of the time. So if you're in this Blue Jays starting lineup, you have to be ready to hit the fastball, but then when he gets ahead, he'll mix in that slider and then a sinker, change, curve that he doesn't really throw very often. He's almost just a 2-pitch pitcher. You have to be ready to swing the bat.
And he, like Kyle Hendricks yesterday, trying to force a lot of weak contact out of the Blue Jays. Hendricks did very well against Toronto yesterday. We'll see what Steele does today. Umpiring in this game, Ryan Blakeney behind home plate, Jim Wolf at first, Alan Porter at second, and Sean Barber umpiring at third base. There was a little bit of concern coming into this game that maybe the umpires would get on the phone with Major League Baseball here because there was rain in the forecast. But about an hour before first pitch, the sun came out, the tarp came off the field, and Steele is through his warm-ups, and we are ready to go on the north side of Chicago. Cubs in their white pinstripe uniforms today. Blue Jays in the deep blue with gray pants. George Springer leading off, steps into the righty box. Steele in the wind and the pitch. Bouncing ball hit on the ground off the glove of the third baseman Paredes into left field. First pitch swinging, George Springer hit a fastball right at Paredes, who was great yesterday, but I think that'll go down as an early error today.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe some top spin on that ground ball, but it looked like Isaac Paredes was going to make an easy play on that high hopper, and it just spun over his glove, took a high hop, and I think you're right, that might be an error.
They did just put up the E. They have the hand working scoreboard out there, hand operated scoreboard in left field. And the first pitch to Dalton Varsho called strike, 0-1. Time of the first pitch today, by the way, 2:20 Eastern, 1:20 local, 24 degrees in Chicago. a little bit cloudy. Varsho, a .208 hitter on the year, takes the next pitch, and it's another called strike. It's 0-2.
That fastball right there from Justin Steele, like I mentioned earlier, very average fastball. That one right there was 91 miles an hour.
Steele steps onto the middle of the rubber, set at the belt, looking at George Springer. The 0-2. High, ball one. Dalton Varsho is one of 3 left-handed hitters the Blue Jays have in the lineup today. They could have configured it to only have 1, but they decide to have Varsho in along with Will Wagner and Addison Barger. 1-2. Bouncing ball foul off to the left. Slider was down and away, and Varsho just chopped at it.
I'm not overly concerned about Will Wagner in this lineup just because he's such a professional hitter. He knows exactly what he's doing up there. He'll lay off the tough pitches from Justin Steele. But I am a little bit concerned about Addison Barger. He's a guy that's shown that wild, aggressive swing, and it's probably not conducive to having success against a lefty.
Step and throw over to first by Steele. Springer back in there standing. Should note that George Springer stands on 99 career stolen bases. Steele kicks and delivers. Swing and a foul back. Tipped off the glove of the catcher Miguel Amaya, so a new baseball for Justin Steele. On the note of Barger in, John Schneider was asked about that today, and he said that a big part of it is getting George Springer an opportunity to DH. Blue Jays have a busy schedule coming up, and Schneider specifically mentioned playing 3 day games in a row here in Chicago. 1-2. Fouled back again.
And I would imagine if the Blue Jays were closer to playoff contention, Addison Barger probably wouldn't be in the lineup. I know that John Schneider, Ross Atkins want to see a lot of the younger guys get ABs against pitchers like Justin Steele that they normally wouldn't see.
Springer on first after the error, nobody out. Another 1-2, and Varsho reluctantly goes around on a slider down and away. A strikeout for the first out of the game.
And just like that, fastballs and sliders from Justin Steele. Really good fastballs, located very well, and then he mixes in that 86-mile-an-hour slider down in the zone, and Dalton Varsho can't hold up. Tough pitch. That just shows right there how tough Justin Steele really is.
His first pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is a fastball on the inside edge. Strike one. And all of a sudden, the sun is back out in Chicago.
Looks like a different day.
Yeah. Guerrero hitting .319, 25 homers. Runner on first, 1 out. And the 0-1. Inside. Rare off day for Guerrero yesterday. 0 for 5, 3 groundouts and 2 flyouts. The 1-1. High ball 2. Vlad has been such a driver of the offense recently, though. 26 RBIs in the last 27 games. 80 on the season. 2-1 pitch, hit back foul, 2-2.
That was a huge cut from Vlad. 93 right down the middle. He was right on it, just fouled it right back into that net. He's going to have to be ready. He's going to see a lot of four-seam fastballs today. Although they probably will be located well, he has to be ready to hit the fastball.
Maybe that's why the big swing came there, because that's a rare miss from Steele. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The lefty set, rocks back and delivers. Outside with the fastball, just barely. A really good take by Guerrero, full count.
Yeah, you could see that they're trying to come in there. Amaya was set up on the inside part of the plate, trying to jam Vlad. That one missed way outside, though.
Payoff pitch. Down low, ball 4. Missed with the only slider he threw him. And Guerrero takes a walk. Springer up to second. 2 on with 1 out.
Good AB right there from Vlad. willing to take the walk. That's what I love about Vlad. He's done that over the last month and a half or 2 months or so. He's not getting antsy. He's not overly aggressive, always willing to take a good walk.
It's his team leading 53rd walk of the season. He's talking with Mark Budzinski over at first, George Springer on second, and Alejandro Kirk up to the plate with 1 out. Scoreless game, top of the first inning. Blue Jays and Cubs in game 2 of this series. The pitch. Fastball in there, strike 1. Quick delivery there from Justin Steele. Maybe thinking that George Springer might be looking at third base.
Yeah, that or he's just trying to mess with the timing of Alejandro Kirk.
Bounces in the slider now. It's 1-1. Is it hard to do that, to switch up your mechanics and still stay on the same plane and deliver all your pitches?
Well, we've seen that with Nate Pearson. We've seen that with Zach Pop. When you try to slide step, the arm drags.
Now he misses arm side high with a fastball. It's 2-1.
And you end up throwing your pitches, whether it be fastball, whether it be slider, just arm side high every single time. And then you try to overcompensate, and you end up pulling it glove side in the dirt. And it's just a big mess. A lot of pitchers can't really slide step or change their timing like Justin Steele did.
Slows it down, and the 2-1 is hit on the ground to first. Up with it is Bush, throws to second for 1. That's the only out they'll get. Bush had it stuck in his glove for a moment, so Kirk is safe at first with a fielder's choice. Springer up to third. It was Guerrero who was retired at second. There are 2 outs and runners on the corners.
Michael Bush was actually positioned perfectly for that ground ball from Alejandro Kirk. A nice piece of hitting from Kirk. Tried to go the other way, but Michael Bush was positioned almost a third of the way between first and second. Not really a place that he normally would be, but they get that out at second for out number 2.
And on second look, it was actually, I think, more that he lost the grip of the ball rather than it was stuck in his glove. He brought his hand back with the ball there, and it slipped, and he had to grab it again. So the Blue Jays still batting here in the top of the first inning. A couple defensive miscues from the Cubs yesterday helped Toronto score some runs. First and third for Ernie Clement, the pitch. Goes around on a high fastball, 0-1.
And the thing that I've noticed about Justin Steele early on, I don't know if he just does this early on in games, but he throws inside a lot. He's done that to Ernie Clement. He's done that to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and he did it to Alejandro Kirk.
The 0-1. Up high with the fastball, check swing by Clement, appeal down to first, and they say no swing, much to the dismay of the Wrigley Field faithful. It's been a really nice season so far for Ernie Clement. .276 average coming into this game. Had a pair of hits yesterday. 16 doubles and 7 home runs. Swings at the 1-1 and misses. It's 1-2. .21 pitches in the first so far for the lefty Steele. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gets him on a fastball away and strands a pair of runners to keep this game scoreless. No scores. We go to the bottom of the first. Chris Bassitt takes the mound next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar.
Cheers, Insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Toronto Blue Jays matchup against the Chicago Cubs. It's a little bit of interleague action. Both teams struggling this season, trying to make their way to the 500 mark and possibly a playoff push for the Cubs, but probably not for our Jays. Appreciate you being here. Smash that like button down below. Please take a minute, make sure that like button is hit so that we can get more Blue Jays fans and Cubs fans here in the chat with us, hanging out, tearing it up. Now let's go Blue Jays. Let's have some fun today. And don't forget about our SickKids Summer Rally that we're running right now. Check that link in the description and we'll see you guys in the chat. Any little bit helps. Go Jays, go.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting, because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Fastball, strike three looking.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to the first inning at Wrigley Field. The first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. 25th start of the season for Chris Bassitt, sporting a 9-11 record with a 4.30 ERA. He winds and delivers to Ian Happ. First pitch swinging, Happ drills it to right center field. Varsho going back, and that ball is gone. One pitch, one swing, and the Cubs take a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first.
Well, that actually wasn't a terrible pitch from Chris Bassitt. It was a little sinker down and away. And Ian Happ jumps all over it, ambushes Chris Bassitt, and drills that thing into center field for home run number 22 on the season.
Eerily reminiscent of yesterday's game when Happ jumped on the first pitch from Yariel Rodriguez and doubled to right field. Cubs took a 2-0 lead in the first yesterday, up 1-0 here as Bassitt delivers to Michael Busch, who shows bunt and pulls it back. Pitch outside, ball one.
I've always wondered why leadoff hitters don't swing at the first pitch more often. You'll see a lot of starting pitchers just try to get a strike, a little get me over fastball, just like that fastball there. And Ian Happ drilled it.
1-0 pitch is hit well to right field. Moving in, Barger into a slide, and he makes the play. A little bit awkward. The ball was between his legs as he was sliding, but a nice catch out there for Barger for the first out.
Yeah, not really known as a defensive specialist, but he makes a great sliding play out there in right field. Catches it in the palm of that glove. That's got to feel good for him, for John Schneider, making a nice play out there.
Now Seiya Suzuki up, and the first pitch outside 1-0. Cubs wasting no time in this bottom of the first inning. They've put two of the first three pitches in play. 1-0 Chicago, one out, base is empty, and the 1-0 to Suzuki is called strike one. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Suzuki, a .265 hitter with 16 homers, takes the next pitch, a curveball, down and away. It was a quiet day for Suzuki yesterday until it wasn't. He was 0 for 4 in the first 9 innings with 2 strikeouts, and then he had a walk-off single in the 10th. The 2-1. Down and away, ball 3. For Suzuki in his Cubs career and Major League career, that was his first walk-off. Right on right, the 3-1. Outside, ball 4. We mentioned off the top the first inning was a problem for Bassitt in his last start when he gave up 7 total runs to the Athletics, 6 of them in the first. What have you seen so far from Bassitt, albeit in just a handful of pitches?
Well, I think in that at-bat in particular, he was pulling off, really trying to fight something there. And I said that in his last start, it looked like he was fighting something. It looked like he was fighting the mechanics, fighting through each pitch, grinding through each pitch. A little bit of the same today.
First pitch to Cody Bellinger, misses down and away, ball 1.
He pulled a couple of fastballs in that last at-bat to Suzuki, but, I mean, such a small sample size. 9 pitches so far in this ballgame.
Lots of time to settle it down. Runner on first, 1 out, 1-0 Cubs. And the 1-0 misses low, 2-0. Tough spot, though, when you fall behind Cody Bellinger. He had a 2-run home run yesterday and is red hot right now. 2-0 pitch. Outside ball 3. That's 6 straight balls for Bassitt after being in a 1-1 count with Suzuki. Kirk sets up on the outer half. The 3-0. Fastball outside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks have the Cubs with first and second and only 1 out in the bottom of the first.
And not one of those pitches to Cody Bellinger was really close. That last pitch, probably about 2.5 balls outside off that plate. And now you can start talking about, is he fighting something? Is something off with the mechanics? The stuff looks fine. That's kind of how I gauge how fatigued somebody is. But he definitely is fighting something in terms of the mechanics.
Pete Walker out to the mound to talk to Bassitt after back-to-back walks and 7 straight balls. And doesn't get a whole lot easier after Bellinger when you have Isaac Paredes, one of the newest Cubs, up right now. 1-0 Chicago. Ian Happ took the first pitch of the game out of the yard to right center field. Then a line out off the bat of Michael Busch, and now back-to-back walks. Paredes batting from the right side. Faces the first pitch from Bassitt and takes strike 1.
And there you go. That pitch right there, you could tell the direction was good. The arm speed was good. The 6 or 7 pitches before that, something was off. That one right there, he found it. Let's hope that he can keep it going.
Bassitt set, looking at Suzuki on second. 0-1. Down and away. Paredes is a .234 hitter on the year, 22 doubles and 18 home runs, but hitting .164 with 2 home runs since being acquired at the deadline by the Cubs. 1-1. Fastball at the knees, runners take off, throw to third, and he got him. Double steal by the Cubs, thwarted by Alejandro Kirk. The 16th runner he's caught stealing this season, and there are 2 down. Cody Bellinger on second.
Well, that was a great play from Alejandro Kirk. He continues to impress me defensively. What a great throw. Perfect throw. About ankle high. Ernie Clement with the nice, easy tag. Suzuki's out by a lot.
And they nailed him at third. And that changes the inning. The 2-1. Or pardon me, the 1-1 inside, or that was the 2-1. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. From first and second to 1 out, now there are 2 outs. There is still a runner in scoring position, but Bassitt is 1 good pitch away from getting through this first. Staring at Bellinger, the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Very good off-speed pitch right there through the sweeper, down and away.
Yeah, that was a good one. You could see Alejandro Kirk nodding his head, letting Chris Bassitt know that was the pitch right there. Looked like a strike out of the hands and then kind of darted, took a left turn, and Isaac Paredes was way out in front of it.
1-0 Cubs. 2 outs, runner on second, bottom of the first. And the 3-2. Bouncing ball back to the mound. Kirk's going to pick it up, spin and throw to first and get Paredes to end the inning. Cubs score on the leadoff home run by Ian Happ. A little bit of trouble after that, but Bassitt settles down and keeps it 1-0 Chicago after the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
You heard him first on SiriusXM 3 years ago.
This is Jelly Roll. Now spend a magical summer night.
Cheers, Insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Blue Jays game. Just a reminder, tomorrow, Saturday evening, we've got the Bills going up against the Pittsburgh Steelers. A little bit of primetime action since week 1 of the preseason when the Bills got smacked by the Chicago Bears. That was a day game. We've got a night game coming up on Saturday. I hope you will join us. Please make sure that bell is turned on so you see when we go live for any of our Toronto sports action or Buffalo Bills action. Anyways, Bills got to turn it around. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Hope you'll join us. See you then.
People are drawn to conspiracy theories and whether international sanctions ever really make a difference. Just search In the Room in the SiriusXM app.
The 2024 Training Camp Tour rolls on.
Focus on the football, fellas. Focus, focus.
And SiriusXM NFL Radio brings you down to the field for an all-access pass to your favorite team.
You do your best to put yourself in position to get the result you want.
From the preseason right through Super Bowl 59, hear every game on SiriusXM. Touchdown! Hear every stop of the 2024 Training Camp Tour on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy football players, learn winning strategies right now on Fantasy Sports Radio to help you draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Will Wagner leading off for the Blue Jays in the top of the second. 1-0 Cubs at Wrigley Field, and Justin Steele misses inside with a first pitch heater. 1-0. Thanks so much for tuning in today. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Wagner 7 for 12 as a Blue Jay. Takes the 1-0 fastball over the heart of the plate for strike one.
You know what he is against left-handed pitching?
0 for 4.
0 for 4. 7 for 8 against right-handed pitching.
Faces the lefty Steele, and it's a swing and a miss. Strike two. And there is a mass exodus from the seats right now. The skies have opened up at Wrigley Field, and fans are scrambling back. Here's the 1-2 to Wagner, and it's outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and this is what we were concerned about before the game. There was rain in the forecast. It kind of disappeared out of nowhere to sunlight, but it has come back. 2-2. Just off the plate outside, ball 3.
He is such a professional hitter, taking 2 tough pitches from a good left-handed pitcher just off the outside part of the plate. What a good at-bat.
He's getting soaked as well right now. The 3-2 is hit to short and picked up by Swanson. Throws across the diamond to first. 1 out.
Yeah, it's coming down right now. I don't know how long this is going to last, but it is coming down.
I mean, this is talk to the umpires kind of coming down. And I think there's a little bit of confusion right now over whether it is going to go forward here with Davis Schneider hitting or not. And you can hear how the crowd feels about a potential stoppage coming in this game. The same crowd who is scrambling out of the rain, but the tarp is being taken out right now. And we are about to go into a delay at Wrigley Field. Obviously, the last thing that anyone wanted right now.
Well, let's hope the field isn't too wet. The idea of getting that tarp on the field, you want to get it before the field gets soaked. Hopefully, this isn't too late for this grounds crew, but they're rolling it out there, and it is pouring right now.
The one piece of good news that I have for you is with all the rain this year, we have our rain delay veteran in baseball control as they unroll the tarp with the Cubs up 1-0 in the top of the second and 1 out. We will hand it over to baseball control. We'll be back when the game resumes, but for now, you have the pleasure of listening to Show Ali and Daniele Franceschi in baseball control.
I don't know if I'd say it's like fortunate that we're rain delay veterans, but I guess we are here. This is true as we experience.
What's up, insiders? How's it going? We've got a rain delay in Chicago. I don't know why. It's going to be a short one, I would think. But cheers to everybody in the chat. Rupert, how you doing? Davey Boy, Michael, PSP, Luke, how are you, man? We got Tate in the chat as well. Blaze McPherson, come on Cubs, go Cubs, not even a Cubs fan. All right, well, good luck to your Cubs, I guess. Cheers to that. But we got a little bit of a rain delay here. I am actually in Chicago. Let me switch this over to my other screen here, since we know we're in the rain delay. This is actually a picture that I took back in 2010 before I moved here to Chicago. I am about 20 miles outside of Chicago, and it is beautiful and sunny, and it has been a crazy, weird weather day. It has literally been I was driving this morning, taking the kids to and from places, and it just would be beautiful and then start pouring out of nowhere, and it would be gray skies, and then all of a sudden it opens right back up and the sun's back out and it's beautiful. So I don't expect this to be long. We actually did have the last rain I had here was probably about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, so that might be what's hitting Wrigley right now, and then we should be back fairly quick because the sun's back out and it's kind of hot out there. So back to the baseball. We'll let the guys take it here on Blue Jays Tonight. Make sure you've hit that like button. Please subscribe as well if you're new, and we'll see you back in the chat. Go Jays!
Across the network recently, but if you want to text us, 590-590, name and location, you can certainly do so right now. That's the People's Text Line. It is always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. All right, let's talk a little bit about what we've seen in the game initially, Daniele, because early on, it kind of looked like the Blue Jays were experiencing some initial success against Justin Steele, which I thought was really interesting because Justin Steele, probably their best pitcher, I would say. He's a guy who contended for the NL Cy Young just last season. And Chris Bassitt on the other side, he had a little bit of early struggles. This is true. He got an early mound visit from Pete Walker, gives up the home run to Ian Happ on the leadoff batter of the game. But he did settle down right after the visit from Pete Walker. He settled down, got some great help from Alejandro Kirk, who threw out his 16th batter of the season. Or 16th runner of the season, I guess I should say. But still, I think a somewhat uneven start for both Steele and Bassitt, which I think maybe, I don't want to say was expected for Bassitt and not expected for Steele, but certainly some results maybe you weren't hoping to see for Bassitt, and I'm sure Cubs fans were not hoping to see from Justin Steele.
Well, I think it was encouraging to see Bassitt work through the issues. Obviously, serves up the leadoff homer, as you mentioned, Show. First pitch, ambush, swinging on the sinker. That wasn't in a terrible spot by any means to Ian Happ. It was down and to the outside half of the plate, but credit to Ian Happ. He's clearly in his zone, and he's had a very productive season. Dangerous hitter. He takes Chris Bassitt deep. But then afterwards, back-to-back walks with one out to Cody Bellinger, and the number 3 hole hitter was Seiya Suzuki. Both of them on. He's able to work around it, get some help from Alejandro Kirk throwing out a base runner, which we haven't seen a ton of at times this year. It's part of the reason he's thrown out so many guys is, guess what, Show? They run a heck of a lot on him because he's not the most proficient in that area all the time. But where you saw, I think, sort of a line of demarcation here in terms of the two pitching performances in that first inning, Justin Steele did a much better job of working through some of his issues than I think Chris Bassitt did. Bassitt benefited from having some good defense behind him provided by Kirk, and I think that was pivotal. So I do wonder, though, what we're going to see if and when this game eventually does resume here. I would imagine we'll see, because the field was exposed to so much rain, how long is it going to take to thaw out once they roll that tarp off?
That's a good question.
That is, I think, going to be part of the equation here and how they can prepare the field.
Will either of them come back out?
You know what? I don't know. It's so early in the ball game, right? And I guess it depends on the length of the delay as well, because even if we're looking at it right now conservatively, looks like the rain has sort of tapered off. It was more of a monsoon downpour all at once, but now it's about how long is it going to take for them to get the field adequately prepared to then resume this game. Yeah. And if it's an extended delay, you would imagine that those two guys probably won't come back out. But if it's somewhat of a more tempered delay, then maybe they can both stay warm in the clubhouse, go through different activities and activations behind closed doors to be ready to pitch and resume this ball game. So that'll be interesting to monitor and see if either guy comes back out. But I would imagine that in Justin Steele's case, if he does come back in this game, you'll see a much better version of him than you saw in the first inning.
You know, I'm watching the radar right now because the location of Wrigley Field, which we were wondering about, I can see where it is on the map, and you can actually see a giant green blob right over the stadium right now to indicate some rain. But yeah, it looks like it clears up in even about like 3:15, 3:30. It's 2:50 p.m. Eastern right now, so it kind of looks like the rain goes out over the lake in approximately less than half an hour. And again, I think the question isn't really how long it's going to rain, or it's not only how long it's going to rain, it's how long will it take them to prepare the field. Because even if the delay ends up being an hour or like 45 minutes, let's call it, right? That might be enough time to not see either Bassitt or Steele. Because again, they have to warm up and they have to be throwing the kind of side sessions essentially behind closed doors and so on. Like we see them do this, but like the pitching coaches, Pete Walker, like they're only going to have these guys do it to like so much, right? You know what I mean? Like they're only going to have them do it a little bit, knowing that if they come back out in like the second inning, they're still going to have to pitch ideally like another 4 or 5 more innings. So I kind of wonder if just because of this now, regardless, if it just curtails their outing and if it's just on the safe side, you want to see that. For the Cubs, I'm not going to pretend to be super familiar with their bullpen. For the Blue Jays, it's not super positive, right? Because I said this before multiple times. Now that Jimmy Garcia is not on this team, with Jordan Romano unlikely to come back anytime soon, knowing all of those things are in the back of your mind, the only 2 reliable members of the circle of trust are Cabrera and Green, both of whom pitched yesterday. And the other half of that too is they're not going to come in like the 3rd inning by any means. We all know what their roles are. Their roles are end of game guys, high leverage guys in like the 8th, 7th, 8th, 9th innings, for example. So if that's the case, I think that one of the problems the Blue Jays have had this season has been just in a general standpoint, even before all the trades, they just don't have a lot of long guys. They're not a lot of guys that get the ball out of the hands of the starter and into the hands of the highly trusted closers. Like I guess you'll like if neither Steele or Bassitt coming back into this game, for the Blue Jays at least, I can almost guarantee you'll see Ryan Yarbrough.
Bingo.
I can almost guarantee he's going to pitch in this game. But like Baden Francis is being treated as a starter until he's not, so he's not in that conversation. Yarel Rodriguez obviously as well, who we just saw yesterday anyways. So you take those guys out of the equation. They're not even a thought right now. After Yarbrough, it's who? Like Tommy Nance, Ryan Burr. But I mean, it's funny because Ryan Burr is also probably one of your more trusted relievers. I think if you had to deploy one of them, you'd prefer to deploy Ryan Burr in like the 5th or 6th inning and not in the 2nd inning, for example. So I think how they'll deploy the bullpen should this game curtail the outing of Bassitt will be really telling, but I got to imagine Ryan Yarbrough will factor in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that was the guy I was going to point to. I think Ryan Yarbrough would be the most obvious candidate to step in a bulk role here coming out of the bullpen should this present the end of the outing on this Saturday afternoon for Chris Bassitt. Tommy Nance pitched yesterday, so that is another consideration. Now, there was a day in between because of the off day, but he's pitched in back-to-back games.
That's true, too.
Technically, so do you want to go to him? And if you are, then is it for 1 inning or multiple innings? We've seen him pitch a couple innings earlier on. Last weekend against the A's, he came in and was sort of in that firefighter role of pitching a couple innings to get through a ball game. So it is possible, it is conceivable, but I would say I'm with you, Sho. If this is indeed where we've reached the end of the line for Chris Bassitt, I would imagine it's Ryan Yarbrough, and you're probably going to see him at least try to eat up 4 or 5 innings potentially, try and get as much as you can out of him to go as deep into this ball game as possible. That is in addition to not having guys that you feel very confident about in leverage situations in this bullpen, it is the overall lack of depth that is highlighted when you have situations like this that arise, and you have to account for it. It happens clearly, and this speaks to something that we've discussed endlessly. It's been a constant theme throughout the duration of the 2024 season. It's the need to completely refurbish and overhaul this bullpen. That is also highlighted yet again today in a scenario where you have to endure a rain delay. It might spell the end of an outing for your starter, and you have concerns and questions about the availability of guys in that pen. It is interesting because we saw for a while this year, last year, certainly a guy like Trevor Richards was even utilized a lot in this role at times, and they had other options that they could call upon. But right now, it's very, very thin in that department when it comes to picking somebody in that clubhouse and say, you got to go get us at least 3-4 innings here because we have no choice. And right now, that would be a prime job for, it seems like, Ryan Yarbrough.
Yeah, look, I'm looking at the list of relievers on the roster, just in general, right? I'm going to leave out the starters for obvious reasons, but Ryan Yarbrough, Eric Swanson, let's see, Zach Pop, Tommy Nance, Brendan Little, Chad Green, Yenesis Cabrera, Ryan Burr. Mm-hmm. That's literally it. That's the entire Blue Jays bullpen as it stands right now, and we already know they're not going to use Cabrera and Green in the second, third innings here. So if that's the case, you really only have a handful of options, which is obviously not ideal. I mean, it's funny that this happened on another Bassitt start because the last time out, Bassitt got hammered in the first inning, and he gave up 6 earned runs. And people were clamoring on the text line then. They were like, they need to take Bassitt out after the first 2 outs of this ball game. And Schneider left him in there.
Yeah.
And I think there was a level of, he's a veteran, he's a trust, there's some trust there. You're not going to take him out because you think he can figure it out. But I can almost guarantee at least a part of the equation for John Schneider is we can't have a bullpen day. Like you can't go being down 6-0 in the first inning and go to the bullpen with an out remaining in the top of the first inning, essentially. Like, you just can't effectively, right? So, and to his credit, he figured it out. He managed to gut through 4 innings against Oakland at the Rogers Center last weekend. But I think that's a part of the equation here today. And again, I mean, they might not have a choice, right? Like, the rain delay is different from a guy getting lit up when you can take someone out of a game anytime you choose, whereas a rain delay makes that decision for you, for example, right? Like, Hazel just tweeted, literally 2 minutes ago, she just tweeted, the downpour has stopped, but I'm hearing in another 20 minutes, another cell will be passing through. So grounds crew will keep the tarp on while that one swings by, no pun intended.
Can I tell you what's interesting? And so we have, obviously, here in Baseball Control, have the Blue Jays broadcast in front of us, different camera angles. That'll be, right now we just see the tarp on the field. And then you can see some rain, more rain developing right now, which it had stopped. It has now resumed again. They are playing football in Chicago today. And if you look at Soldier Field, there's no rain. It's great. Soldier Field is unaffected by this downpour. There is not an ounce of rain. There is some wind because Tyson Bagent has his hair flowing nicely and flapping in the wind. But apart from that, they are 14 kilometers apart, Soldier Field and Wrigley Field, and Wrigley is currently experiencing a torrential downpour while they play football not too far away at Soldier Field in Chicago. Speaking of the bullpen, bigger picture here when it comes to this, that is certainly going to have to factor into the conversation. The idea of moving forward, you can ill afford to ever be in a position like the Jays were last Sunday, which is essentially you're toggling between the idea of completely throwing away a baseball game to preserve your bullpen. And yes, you do see it. It's a long season. I get it. It's never going to be perfect. But the fact that, and hand up, I was in the building for that, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, Chris Bassitt on Sunday, I'm like, he just doesn't have it. You got to go to the pen. John, are you going to go to the, I kept, every time there was another batter that came to the plate, couple outs, and you're thinking, come on, John. Come on, are you really? Really? And then, in the back of my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, of course, there's no real consequences to this. They don't want to burn through the entire pen. I get it.
Right.
But going forward, if your team is in a competitive window, you cannot have a bullpen that is in that position to where you are compelled as a manager to have to enable a pitcher, to allow a pitcher to try and fight through things or gut through 3-4 innings because we literally have nobody else that we can turn to.
That's true.
That is unacceptable, and that is something that will 100%, matter of fact, need to change if they're going to be remotely good and in a better position in 2025, because you cannot have that. You cannot have that where your bullpen has zero depth whatsoever, namely in the category of somebody that you can point to specifically as a long man. Not a hybrid long man, but a real true long man for instances like this, for situations where a guy gets blown up and you need somebody to come in and be the hero to save the day.
Sure.
You got to find solutions there.
The Cubs, for example, I wouldn't be entirely shocked because I don't think he pitched that much yesterday. But we talked about this in the pregame show. I wouldn't be that shocked if Drew Smiley came into this game and pitched a couple of innings. Drew Smiley is a guy who started ball games for like a good chunk, I think his entire career prior to this year, essentially. And Drew Smiley, I think he only pitched the one inning yesterday. But I mean, since being moved to the bullpen, he has acquitted himself quite well. But I mean, he obviously still has the ability, even if he might not be stretched out to go like 7 innings for the Cubs, he probably can give you, if you're the Chicago Cubs, like 2 1/3, 2 2/3. Is there literally any member of the Blue Jays bullpen, and I'm including Green and Cabrera, but I mean, again, it would not apply to them, but is there literally any member of the bullpen, if you can't count on Bowden Francis to do that for you? I would say no, honestly. Like, maybe Ryan Burr is the closest. He might be the closest guy you can count on because he has been asked to go 2 innings before. So maybe he's that guy, but that might be it. I mean, Ryan Yarbrough, obviously we talked about, but I mean, Ryan Yarbrough is probably going to retire at the end of the year. He'll be free. He's certainly going to be a free agent. I don't think he's coming back to the Blue Jays next season.
Unlikely.
But you're right. Like, when you're talking about the construction of the bullpen, I mean, Is there a spot for Brendan Little in the 2025 bullpen? I think there is. Is there a spot for Ryan Byrne in the 2025 bullpen? I think there is as well. But it's not as high leverage guys. It's not even as like medium leverage guys, I would say, right? Like I think generally speaking, when you're talking about the 2025 roster, certainly a lot of the conversations are going to be like, oh, how does Ernie Clement look? How does Joylo Porfido look? How does Addison Barger look? Like, how can these guys play well enough to guarantee or at least earn them in some way, shape, or form a spot on the major league roster, not of the Bisons next year? And that's going to be a big part of the conversation. Another big part of the conversation certainly is going to be how many spots are like really, quote unquote, open in the bullpen going forward to next year. Like if Chad Green's on the team next year, he's in there. If Cabrera's on the team next year, he's in there. I'm going to put Romano in there as well. I don't think he's like a mortal lock, but it's just because he had such an injury-plagued season this season. I don't think they're going to like not have him on the team next year. He might not be on a Blue Jay for the next 10 years, for example, because he's a little older. But
there's some mortality involved.
Yeah, for sure is. And I mean, there's already such volatility year over year, even with the best relievers in baseball.
100%.
Right? Like even like I think it's like, I mean, you look at Emmanuel Clase, he's been great, but he might be one of the few guys who are. I mean, Camilo Doval coming into this season for the Giants was one of their most trusted relievers and might have been one of the most trusted closers in all of baseball. He got sent down like last week, right? So
yes.
I think that just speaks to the inherent volatility in the sport when it comes to relievers. So you can't really 100% forecast it. But if you're talking about spots in the 2025 bullpen, like literally beyond Romano, Green, and Cabrera, I don't think I could really say, hey, there's a slam dunk, lockdown, guaranteed spot for literally anyone. And even the guys who are remaining on the roster right now are all guys who are probably taking like the 7th, 8th, 9th spots in the bullpen, essentially? Like, that's where we're at it, effectively.
Yeah, I think you're looking at a lot of those guys that are pitching in, medium to high leverage situations right now by virtue of where the Jays are. Those individuals are probably, as you alluded to, going to be the ones likely fighting for roster spots in 2025. And by that, I mean, literally, they're arriving to camp fighting for a job. Not that they're in a specific assigned position. They're just trying to be one of those last 2 or 3 entrants into the bullpen. The only other guy maybe show, but again, we need to see more sample because it's been a really difficult, trying season, is Eric Swanson. That's the only other guy that you could probably point to and say, I could see conceivably a path for him to factor in a meaningful way. Aside from that, there are a lot of question marks and holes there. Now, what's interesting, or what's great, it's both a blessing and a curse when it comes to bullpens. The volatility also means that you can find creative ways to augment your bullpen, right? The window for a lot of these teams to have great bullpens is very small. It's not something that can be, it's not vast in general. It takes time. It takes creativity year to year to construct a gold bullpen. So that bodes somewhat well for the Blue Jays in this regard. But man, yeah, you have to think there's got to be a lot of interesting conversations that need to happen behind closed doors in the offseason, talking about who is going to factor in and then where do we need to fill holes.
Speaking of things that bode well for the Blue Jays, the ground crew just took the tarp off the field.
Yay.
So this might be the quickest rain delay of the season, and I can actually see the scoreboard in Wrigley Field. It says this game is scheduled to resume at 2:20 p.m. Central Time, which would be 3:20 p.m. Eastern Time, which is in 15 minutes. So there you go. We got approximately 15 minutes from now will be the resumption of this game. So, all right, let's put it that way. If it ends up being that short of a delay, I think it will be. It means it will have been even less than 40 minutes. I think.
Yes.
What do you think? You banking? I would probably still guess that they axed both pitchers for this game, but it's right on the cusp. Like we're right on the cusp of making that a bit of a difficult decision for both Counsell and Schneider.
I think they can both go. Do I think both will go? Probably not. I'm going to say we see one or two. I don't think both guys are coming back, Show. I am going to take a wild guess as the sun peeks through at Wrigley Field. Why couldn't it have just stayed there all day? I don't know. But my guess is I think we see either one of Justin Steele or Chris Bassitt come back out to continue this game.
You know what?
That's my guess.
I bet we see both of them.
Okay.
Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked. And again, like maybe out of an abundance of caution, they end up just getting both out of the game, and they want to play around, because I do think, with the way baseball is now, I'm not saying it's like people are soft or anything, or it's an analytics problem. I just think it's probably with the rash of injuries that go around in baseball, especially when it comes to guys sitting for a long time, guys, you know what I mean? Like I think it's just, it might be better for their own health in order to not send them, but it was just such a brief delay.
It wasn't,
what I mean?
Like
if we actually going to get baseball in 15 minutes, which seems to be the plan right now, if that is what we end up getting, then I wouldn't be stunned if they both came back out, even if it means their outing might be a little curtailed, right? Like maybe
abbreviated more.
Maybe it means they're not going to go 7 innings each, for example.
Sure.
Even if they're hyper efficient, but even if the pitch count stays super low, I kind of wonder if both Craig Counsell and John Schneider have a couple of backup options in their back pocket.
I think if you're John Schneider, you're probably hoping that you go over to Chris Bassitt and you're saying, all right, Bass, how you feeling,
buddy?
Can you give me a few more, please? I got nobody. No, so I think there's probably a greater likelihood that Bassitt would come back out for that reason in particular, because the Jays are desperate for somebody to kind of work a little bit deeper at the very minimum into this ball game, whereas it seems like the Cubs would have more options at their disposal. It's a log jam right now. There are plenty of teams in contention, but they're in the mix effectively.
The whole NL is a log jam.
Oh man, there's 4 teams ahead of them, separating them and the Braves, who are now in the third wild card. Also, to remind everybody, the Cubs are below 500, yet they are still realistically within striking distance. But because of that, I do wonder, if you're Chicago, if you're Craig Counsell sitting there today, would you maybe want to, in a way, say, all right, instead of just wasting Justin Steele for 3 innings or 4 innings today, because inevitably it's going to be a more abbreviated outing should he return.
Right.
Why not just say, let's say, you know what, we're going to axe it, we're going to put it away for today, let's park it. But we can maybe, instead of having you pitch 5 days from now, you're going to be able to start in 3, hypothetically. Maybe that behooves them and is more beneficial to them, as opposed to wasting a Justin Steele start because of where they are in the standings and his overall importance to the team.
That is Daniele Franceschi. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program right now on the Sportsnet Radio Network. This game is scheduled to resume in just over 10 minutes, 2:20 p.m. Central, which is 3:20 p.m. Eastern, which I guess means it's 12:20 p.m. Pacific. I'm really jumping all over the place with these time zones, but we are scheduled to get the baseball of today back on your radio and on your TV, if you're watching that way, certainly as well, at 3:20 p.m. Eastern, which again is in just over 10 minutes. Ben Schulman, Chris LaRue standing by for the the resumed call of this game. So, Daniele, I did want to chat a little bit with you, certainly about some of the younger guys on the team, because again, like, we can talk about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. all we want, and we're gonna talk about Vladdy a lot down the stretch, because as every day that goes by, he took a walk in his lone plate appearance earlier this game. Every day that goes by that he does not have a new contract is going to be a big discussion for everyone. And I mean, I feel like every time he gets even like he has like a 2-for-4 day with like 2 runs or whatever it is, even if it's not a magnificent day for Vladdy, I feel like we get texts and tweets that say, pay the man. And I totally agree. He should be paid. But I mean, that's going to be an ongoing conversation effectively until he signs a new deal, right? When it comes to spots on the team in 2025, I think there's still a lot more meat on the bone for a lot of these players, because a lot of them have to do more to guarantee themselves spots, right? Like, I think Ernie Clement, I'm going to say it, I think he's guaranteed himself a spot on the team next year. I said this to you before, but does that mean he's going to be the team's starting third baseman? I don't know. The answer to that question is a slam dunk yes. There's a possibility that it's a yes, and if they don't spend up on a Bregman or a Adames or a Chapman even, for example, at free agency, if they decide not to spend, then honestly the most likely internal option is Ernie Clement. But maybe they platoon again at third base, and frankly, I'd like to go into next season without a platoon at both second and third base. I think that would be best, honestly. But let's say Ernie Clement has a spot locked down. Let's say Spencer Horwitz has a spot locked down. Of the remaining guys who are, I'm using air quotes here, like question marks, not because they played poorly, just because they need to play more, essentially. And we're talking about guys like Davis Schneider, who unfortunately has actually seen a bit of a downtick in his play recently. But Davis Schneider, Joey Loperfido, I would say Addison Barger, and I'm going to throw Leo Jimenez in there as well. Okay, so those are your 4 guys. If you had to pick them any one of those four guys or multiple of those four guys to have spots in the 2025 Blue Jays, who are you looking at and why?
I would say the two that stick out most are Joey Loperfido and Leo Jimenez. Leo Jimenez, I think, has utility because of his ability to play defense, play it serviceably, be a base running threat at times. I think there is utility for a guy like that on your roster.
Right.
Joey Loperfido, I think the tools are there. I think he's a compelling project because he is naturally athletic. We see him when he plays the outfield. He can cover ground. There are things that he brings to the table that are productive. But for him right now, it's about figuring out what he needs to do offensively when he steps in the box. Refine that approach. Figure out how to make sure that his swing just looks more cohesive, frankly. Because right now, for whatever reason, he just looks completely out of sorts. And I think it all harkens back to one thing. He's just got to start with hitting the fastball. Keep it simple. Can you hit the heater? From there, the book on him has always been he can't hit anything off speed. Breaking stuff, been a disaster. Ain't going to hit the hook. That's what the book has been. The reputation has been on him. But let's get back to doing what your strength was, which is he's got some natural power, hit a fastball, play defense, and I think those are the two I'm most curious about, apart from Will Wagner. But in the interim, when I look at even Will Wagner, I want an answer to this question. Can he play third base potentially? Can you see him at times down the stretch moonlight at third base to get a reasonable enough sample to judge if he can potentially factor in at that position? Because if he can show, then I think it sort of alleviates some of the other sort of positional quandaries that you have.
Yeah.
Namely, when you look at second base and Horwitz being there, and where does it leave Leo Jimenez, and where does that leave Ernie Clement? If a guy like Will Wagner can get more repetitions at third, maybe that solves some of those problems in terms of figuring out where guys fit and how they play.
I honestly, too, wonder how much of it will factor in with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Not because it's not as though Vladdy's not going to be on the team next year. It's not as though Vladdy's not going to have big moments and be as big a player on this team as literally anyone we've seen in quite some time. But I only mention it because there have been people who say, well, what about playing Vladdy at third base? And again, I'm not saying it's a completely 0% chance, but I really do think that ultimately Vladdy is not going to see a lot of time at third going forward. Right? And I frankly, I don't really want to see Vladdy at third personally. It's not just because in the last couple of times, the last time he did it, it was a bit of an adventure defensively. That's not the only reason. It's just, I just feel like, if you're going to pay, unless the guy is an elite third baseman, not even this okay third baseman, unless he's an elite third baseman, I'm not sure you want to give a guy $350 to $400 million and have him play third to just be okay. You know what I mean? I'd rather Vladdy be at first base, be all right, and then, ultimately not have to worry about that. By the way, some weather updates here at Baseball Control. Actually, a couple updates. First one, got to see a very quick shot of the bullpen at Wrigley Field. Chris Bassitt is throwing with purpose. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Chris Bassitt is indeed going to come back into this game. So that's a big positive, I would say.
Yes.
Given that we weren't sure where he was. And I got to think, Daniele, that the quick rain delay, in addition to the fact the bullpen is as depleted as we laid out for a good 20 minutes, I really think that was the biggest factor here. Bassitt knows that he has to go deep into ball games pretty much every time out. He's been pretty vocal about it too, right? Even when the team was struggling to score runs, he said it. Gosman has said it. Everyone has really said it. But it looks pretty comfortable out there at Wrigley Field on the north side of Chicago. On the south side of Chicago, just because you had mentioned this earlier, you were like, oh man, we have the Bears-Bengals game going on NFL Network right now at Wrigley at Soldier Field, which is on the south side of Chicago. Even though they're 14 kilometers apart, it is really raining at Soldier Field. Now, It is absolutely pouring. I find it interesting though, because in football, and I mean, it's not a conversation we have in basketball or hockey because those sports are played indoors, but there's a somewhat of a what's the right word? It's almost like romanticized a little bit to watch football be played in the grossest possible weather conditions.
100%.
You know what I mean? Like there's something like I don't know that I particularly enjoy it because I've gone down to watch many a game in Buffalo at the Ralph when it was still called that. When you're sitting in your seats in like knee deep snow and you're kind of think like this is kind of fun to watch on the field. It's less fun to experience.
Yes,
that's fair. In person,
that's fair,
right?
Sure.
But I do think there is a certain aspect to watching the outdoor sports where like you watch football and you're like, yeah, it's gonna be like muddy and disgusting. But then you watch baseball and you're like, as soon as it starts raining, everyone runs for cover.
That's
like
true,
it's like,
yeah.
nah, I want no part of it. And I'll say this, like I'm kind of the same way. I'm all for the ugly football games. I want no part of that when it comes to baseball. And I love both sports. I really do.
So 2 years ago, I have plenty of stories pertaining to bad weather football games because I love them. I think they're great. But 2 years ago, if you recall, there was, speaking of Chicago, that being a theme today, week one. It was actually, I think it was it the Bengals? I can't remember. Anyway, Justin Fields, Bears at home, played in literally a tropical storm. Like these guys were so like on the turf. Whenever they would make a tackle, you would see puddles of water bouncing off the field. That's how much rain they experienced that day in Chicago to open week one of the 2022 season. But yes, we do romanticize things. I will say, as a kid show, one of my favorite things when we were in school, we used to play football, touch football all the time outside, whatever. Anytime it became icy and snowy, that was like it was our Super Bowl. We were so happy because we go outside and you'd be bundled up and you'd put your hands like you had hand warmers, right? Like when you would watch quarterbacks and they'd have their little pouch with the hand warmers and you'd feel like, yeah, we're playing football. This is what football's all about. I love it. Meanwhile, though, in other sports, in hockey, if you had a chipped little area on the ice, we stop the game. In basketball, God forbid there's any ounce of water on the floor, disaster. And baseball, we do stop. Although I will say the outfield at Wrigley remained highly populated the entire time.
It did. You know what?
So
I'll give them credit.
You're
right.
Those bleachers did not empty out at all.
You're right.
The entire infield, everybody's like, yeah, we're going for cover. The outfield, all those true Cubbies out there, they stayed in the rain. That's their city. Kudos to them for getting wet and enjoying it.
I do honestly wonder. Hazel had tweeted this out before the ball game, but she had tweeted because I mean obviously she's there for the whole series, and then the Jays come back home on Monday to take on the Reds. Will Joey Votto be a Blue Jay by then? Who knows? We'll see. But that's a whole separate conversation. But it's funny because Hazel had tweeted that there are a lot of Blue Jays fans, and Chicago is very close to Toronto. Let's be clear. It's not that far. It's a very short flight. If you want to take the bus or whatever, it's like it does not take a long time to get to Chicago. And I only say that because I've traveled to Chicago quite a lot. So it's kind of funny. I wonder how many of those people you're talking about are actually Jays fans. I'm sure most of them are Cubs fans. It's a home game after all. But I do genuinely wonder how many of them are the Jays faithful that travel to see their team play the Cubs in beautiful Wrigley Field.
You know what? I mean, there's probably a healthy contingent. This like Yankee Stadium, like similar to Fenway Park.
Sure.
There are some of those old school
cathedrals
of the game. 100%. That's a great word for it, Joe. The iconic ballparks, and they attract, I'm sure, from homestand to homestand, plenty of visiting fans. Right? Like there are certain cities and certain stadiums that do that. This at Wrigley Field is certainly one of those. So I would not be shocked to see a helpful hand of Blue Jays fans. And also, to be fair, it always seems like, no matter where the Jays are, there is always a really strong contingent of Jays fans.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There really is.
For sure.
You know, you would think the Jays, Canada's lone North non-U.S. based team in Major League Baseball, how is it that, in Milwaukee, for example, there are Jays fans, or even in Oakland, you see Jays fans. But for whatever reason, when it comes to Jays Nation, to this fan base, there are a lot of people that support this team and travel to watch this ball club. So kudos to them, and I'm sure it's a pretty strong showing and a good contingent in Chicago today at Wrigley Field.
That is Daniele Franceschi. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program. We hope for not too much longer. Okay, so I'm going to describe you what I'm seeing on the screens here at Baseball Control. All of the Cubs, because it's the top of the second inning is when this game went into a delay. So the Cubs, Justin Steele is still going to be on the mound. So certainly looks like he's going to be coming back into this ball game. The Cub players are all kind of milling about. They're on the field, but they're not actually at their positions. They're all standing on the field just in front of the dugout, essentially, like just in front of the railing, to the dugout, it kind of looks like Craig Counsell is having a bit of a meeting of the minds with all of the umpires, with I think someone from the stadium or someone from the grounds crew, like one of the groundskeepers. John Schneider actually, just as I'm describing this, just ran out to talk to them. And okay, so it's kind of funny. The gentleman who I'm assuming is from the grounds crew had a phone in his hand. And I don't know if you saw this, Danielle. He took his phone and he kind of just with his two fingers, like you would to zoom in on something. He kind of zoomed in on, and he's kind of showing it to the umpire. He's showing it to Craig Counsell. He's showing it to John Schneider. I kind of wonder, because I just brought up the radar again. There is another slightly green blurb that looks like it's like kind of moving, kind of sort of towards the stadium. So I kind of wonder if that's what they were discussing, but it does look like they are going to at least give it a shot and see, and maybe just deal with another potential brief delay or kind of just deal with it in the moment. But it kind of does look like we are going to get some Blue Jays Cubs baseball as Justin Steele does indeed step back onto the mound and the Cubs take their position. So here we are, top of the second inning at Wrigley Field, 1 out. Davis Schneider, I believe, was the batter at the plate.
Correct.
With this resumption of the game in mere moments, let's get you back over to the guys who will call the game. Let's hope for no more rain delay, guys. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Like you mentioned, a little bit of an ominous meeting before play restarted with both managers and all the umpires and the head of the Wrigley Field grounds crew. But regardless of whatever they said there, we are playing baseball again at Wrigley Field as Justin Steele gets loose. Chris, what is it like for these starters who look like they're both going to come back out and pitch in this game when there's a rain delay?
Well, I think the biggest thing that you have to worry about if you were potentially going to put this game on hold again is burning both of these starters, because every 12 minutes or so, each of these starters is throwing a bullpen. They're throwing a 12-pitch bullpen, a 15-pitch bullpen, simulating an inning pitch. So if they throw 2, 3, 4 bullpens during a rain delay, that's 4 innings essentially simulated that they've thrown. They're pretty burned, right? So you have to go to your bullpen. You have to use your bullpen. And then, like we talked about yesterday, the Blue Jays have 18 games in 17 days. You don't want to burn your bullpen on day 2 of that stretch.
Not to mention, with the extra innings yesterday and neither starter going particularly deep, both teams used 5 relief pitchers yesterday. So it is good news for both sides to see the starters still throwing, and Davis Schneider now steps to the plate as this game's going to get back underway. If you just got to the ballpark, you'd have no idea it rained. It is very sunny again in Chicago. The weather has changed at the snap of a finger, it seems. And here's Justin Steele's first pitch. It's outside and low to Schneider, 1-0. If you weren't with us before the delay, it's 1-0 Cubs, 1 out top of the second. Ian Happ hit a home run in the first. Cubs had some other traffic, but the Blue Jays dealt with it as Schneider fouls back the 1-0 to make it 1-1. Toronto also before the delay had a pair of runners on in the first inning. First and second, 1 out, and first and third, 2 outs, but did not score against Steele. Steele now at 30 pitches is 1-1 to Schneider. Hopped him up. Back of first base, charging in from right field, Bellinger, and he makes the play. Horner, the second baseman, and Bush, the first baseman, both almost ran into him. But an underhanded catch for Bellinger in the second out of the top of the second.
Yeah, that's a scary play for Bellinger, for Horner, for Bush. You can see a little smirk on Cody Bellinger's face. But I bet that's a, wow, that could have been bad type of smirk.
And interesting here, after that catch, a pinch hitter has come into this ball game. Leo Jimenez was playing shortstop and batting 8th, but he is not going to take his first at bat. Instead, he's out of the game, and Stuart Baroa is in. Baroa, the switch hitter, bats right, shows bunt, puts it down, and it hit him. He didn't realize, sprinted all the way to first, but it's a foul ball.
Well, hopefully that ball, it doesn't look like it, but if that ball hits him when he's out of the batter's box, he is out. So obviously nobody's complaining, nobody's arguing. So that ball hit him while he was in the batter's box.
Baroa taking the long walk back to home plate. His first appearance of the series, so his first game at Wrigley Field.
Stuart Baroa is using a bat that is teal, red, yellow, and blue.
Players weekend right now, a lot of custom bats going around, custom cleats. Players have their numbers on their hats. Baroa steps back in, a 136 hitter in 18 games. The 0-1 pitch, called strike, 0-2.
Would you rather use this bat or the pencil bat?
I like the pencil bat. I'm pretty big on the pencil bat. That's Ernie Clement's bat yesterday that he used for 2 hits. 2 outs, nobody on. Steele with a breath, into the wind, and the pitch. Missed way high, ball 1.
It's really interesting to me that Justin Steele is as effective as he is, throwing that average velocity fastball 60% of the time.
It is all about location for the lefty, who deals the 1-2, and it's foul ball off to the right. Baroa sliced it into the seats.
The thing that I have noticed about him, though, is he comes in effectively and he uses the top portion of that strike zone, even above the strike zone, very well.
Took a while for Steele to develop as a major leaguer. 1-2. Called strike 3. Fastball at the top of the zone. Freezes Baroa, and it's a 1-2-3 second with a big interruption in the middle. Middle of the second inning. 1-0 Cubs at Wrigley Field. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face. Come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom. Visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
A game-tying blast from Bo Bichette
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The second inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 1-0 Cubs, bottom of the second. Chris Bassitt with a first pitch to Nico Horner gets ahead 0-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for sticking with us through that rain delay that stopped the top of the second inning. Bassitt trying to bounce back after a home run allowed in the first. The 0-1. A little bit low. We should mention in between innings, the groundskeeper, or the head groundskeeper, again spoke with the umpires. And all of a sudden, it's not sunny anymore at Wrigley Field. 1-1. Breaking ball bounced down and away.
Yeah, it's not dark, but it's certainly not as bright as it was about 10 minutes ago when the sun came out.
But both starters have remained in this game through the delay. Justin Steele just pitched a 1-2-3 second. Bassitt out here in the bottom of the second. Steps on the rubber. Winds, and the 2-1 to Horner. Hit on the ground. Diving stop at third. New third baseman Addison Barger gets up and throws to first. 1 out.
Well, that was an incredible play from Addison Barger. I think if that ball gets by him, Ernie Clement might make a backhanded stab at it in the hole on the left side, but I don't think he makes a play. I don't think he throws that ball across the diamond and gets it out. That's a great play from Barger.
And Barger just moved over there. If you weren't with us in the top of the second, Leo Jimenez, for some reason, pinch hit for in the second. So Clement goes to short. Barger's at third now, and Stuart Baroa, who pinch hit for Jimenez, is in right field. First pitch to Dansby Swanson at the knees, strike 1. 1-0 Cubs. Bases empty. 1 out, bottom of the second. The 0-1. Breaking ball down and away. And I think that the weather is maybe starting to get a little bit dicey again. 1-1. Down and away, ball 2.
You can kind of hear the groans from the crowd.
Yeah, it's not a very thick rain to the point where you can see it very well, but a little bit of movement, not nearly what it was in the top of the second. And home plate umpire is going to call time here because of the weather, and I think we might go into another delay here. 3 batters after the last delay. They are getting the tarp ready again. After 1 out in the top of the second, we went into a delay, just came back for 2 outs in the top of the second and an out here in the bottom half. And ladies and gentlemen, you won't believe it, but we are going into a second delay in a matter of minutes.
Well, I have to admit, I haven't been through anything like this, either as a broadcaster or a player. Within a matter of, 5 to 10 minutes?
Yeah.
We're getting our second rain delay of the ball game. Ben, get comfortable.
This is truly unique for the Blue Jays and for baseball in general. They are rolling the tarp out on the field, and with just enough time to refill their waters and take a deep breath, we will send you back to baseball control. Here is more of Show Ali and Daniele Franceschi.
Thank you, Ben and Chris. What a season, eh, Daniele? Like we have truly gotten everything. Like I think if you could describe a single baseball season for literally any team where like you experience and run the gamut of every emotion and experience every possible event, I think this season is probably it, right? Like suspensions and guys not performing and guys getting injured and multiple rain delays and I don't know. I think we've run the entire gamut of anything that could possibly happen in like 162 games, and there's still about 2 months to go.
Yeah, I mean, after today, there will be, 38, 39 games left in this regular season, something along those lines. Yeah. Because they played 122 coming into today.
So 40 then, 40 games.
There we go, 40. Math. I am usually pretty good at math, I will say. But man, I mean, when's the last time you've ever seen something like this, though? Something like this, where they literally have a 40-plus minute delay, come back, resume the game, starters return, and then pull the plug after recording 4 outs of baseball. 4 outs.
Come on.
And now we have the tarp is back on the field at Wrigley in Chicago. It's really remarkable, truly unprecedented. And I know Ben said we had time to go and refill our water. I did not.
I didn't even get up.
We didn't even move. I am parched. And I didn't have an opportunity to go get some water. Maybe that's
what's in that Gatorade bottle there.
Well, there's nothing in it. I have to go fill it.
Yeah, I
gotta go fill it. There's nothing in my bottle. Yeah, I know. I need to go. And
that's funny.
For anybody who doesn't know, but down the hall, really close in proximity to us, there is a nice little kitchenette area with some water. Well, guess what? The water machine in that room is not working.
Right.
So if I wanted to go get water, we do have to make a stroll, which then I can assure you, had I gone and made that walk, I would have missed the second rain delay of the day. I would have missed it.
Yeah, you know what? Then I'm glad that the baseball gods smiled upon me. Maybe not you, but on me, because I have my coffee here, so I'm all right.
Okay.
But we'll get you the water in a brief second here. But again, 590-590, name and location. You are certainly free to text us during the second rain delay of Game 2 of 3 between the Blue Jays and Cubs. When we last did the rain delay, it was the top of the second inning. It is with 1 out. It is now the bottom of the second inning with 1 out as we await the word on what happens now. It does look like, again, to play meteorologist for a second time today, it does look like a pretty sizable chunk is moving over where the spot of Chicago, just north of Chicago, where Wrigley Field is. But it also, I will say, does look like it becomes clear again in about 45 minutes.
Okay.
I would say. So again, probably not another very lengthy delay, but to kind of put a pin in the conversation we had during the first delay, Daniele, I'm going to go out on a limb and say if it's a 45-minute delay, again, Chris LaRue had brought up a great point about you throw the 12 to 15 pitch kind of side sessions inside to simulate, quote unquote, an inning, and that they probably did that maybe 2 or 3 times already. So in effect, Steele and Bassitt have both probably, like, I'm using air quotes here, pitched 5 innings of work, and then they're probably going to do the same thing again. Like, by the time we come back from a second rain delay, these guys will have, if they continue doing the side sessions, pitched almost a full game. So I'm going to say that they're not going to run the risk with either Bassitt or Steele again. And I'm going to guess that for both teams, it's going to be a bullpen day, for the bottom of the second inning onwards.
Yeah, I think it would be a safe assumption to make that we've probably seen the last of both of those guys in this ball game because, as you alluded to, Chris mentioned it, the preparation that is required in order for these guys to get back on the mound, to stay warm, to stay ready, be prepared to resume a baseball game. I think we're past that point. But I did make this point to you in that very ever so brief window where they were playing baseball again. I said, because we did see that the grounds crew it looked like the lead grounds crew member, lead official there on site at Wrigley Field, along with the umpire staff and, of course, the 2 managers, all sort of convened around home plate. And it felt like they kind of posed a question to the manager and said, what do you want to do here? I can understand why, even though it was for this ever so brief moment, both managers had an appetite to continue and to resume this game when they did. Because if they chose to simply sit on it, there was a very good chance both of their starters were done for the day. And so the likelihood of seeing maybe their starters pitch, even if it was another, in this case, not even a full inning, but even if it was to potentially go for another couple innings, the benefits, the pros outweighed the cons in that sense. And so I could understand why both John Schneider and Craig Counsell probably felt compelled to say, let's get this thing moving a little bit and see if our guys can at least eat up a few more outs before we have to inevitably go to the bullpen and endure another rain delay. So I do get it from that standpoint. It was interesting to see that level of collaboration occur sort of on the fly on the field. And as you alluded to, it looked like the grounds crew member was kind of like playing with his phone to say, look at the radar.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they were doing.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Which is funny that, you have to have some guy come out on the field with a cell phone and be like, here, this is what it looks like, guys.
Because that's what we do.
Exactly.
That's what we're doing on the regular.
Like Major League Baseball doesn't have a climate control center. That's what they need, Show. They need people to rule out, you will resume this game. No, you will not. Some 3-4 people in an office watching every single game every day in an outdoor ballpark and saying, yes, no, maybe so. This is what we do in case there's a rain delay. I'm surprised they haven't thought of that. And it feels funny. Like it's sort of like regionalized and independent to the teams.
I think you're right. Like, it's funny because there's you and I play fantasy sports. The only reason I bring it up is because I think like in the fantasy sports realm, and this is not, it's not just a baseball thing. And really, it can only be for football and baseball because they're the only teams, the only sports, rather, in the 4 major North American sports that play outdoors in terms of major fantasy sport implications. Obviously, there's like the Winter Classic, but I don't know. If it snows during the Winter Classic, no one's going to complain, right? in the NHL. In fact, I think I would prefer it, frankly. Because it looks great. It looks really cool, right? But you're not really talking about like weather impacting basketball or hockey like on the regular for obvious reasons. I only bring it up because I think there's been like a niche that has been cornered in like an inefficiency in the market where you have actually guys who are either current or former meteorologists, like actual former weather people who have become fantasy experts because they essentially give you the forecast on like, hey, is
the wind.
Should I start Patrick Mahomes if he's playing? And the answer to that question is mostly yes. But should I start a wide receiver if it's going to be really windy and rainy in this opposing team's stadium? Like I think that's why it's useful. Or should I bother starting this guy in this game if I know he's not going to get 2 starts in a 7-day span for your fantasy baseball team? I only bring it up because I find the fantasy sports community has actually done a better job with it than what happens on the field in actual Major League Baseball. It almost feels like every team that has an outdoor stadium should just like employ a meteorologist.
Yes.
They should just have someone work for them. Even if they just go and sit in the clubhouse somewhere and do nothing most days, I feel like they should probably just have someone work for them.
You can't tell me that
in that regard.
That human being, he or she, would not be the only individual doing absolutely nothing that is employed.
Yeah, come on.
The Jays have 150 khakis in their clubhouse. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You cannot tell me that all 150 plus khakis are doing something productive at any given moment. There is movement.
Are they taking the tarp off the field?
There is movement.
I'm genuinely not exaggerating. We have only been doing this very brief rain delay show for I think like
10 minutes,
10, 15 minutes. I think the grounds crew is taking the tarp off the field.
Well, it looks sunny.
Am I misinterpreting what they're doing right now? It kind of looks like they're taking the tarp off the field.
Indeed, they are rolling it off. They are rolling off the tarp. There is the field. We see it yet again. That is interesting. That is really fascinating. Who's to say, though, Show, based on even the radars that we looked at, and you alluded to it, didn't you? I think you mentioned it there, that you said there's another window here, a pocket, that it might be 30, 40 minutes where then it starts to clear up fully. What if we have another delay? Like, what if they have the teams come back out from the clubhouse, get into the dugout, warm up, they play another inning, and then here we go yet again? I think that is possible. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but what does the radar look like right now?
Yeah, so like because where Wrigley Field is in relation to, I guess, like the major part of the downtown core. I mean, Chicago is a gigantic city, first of all, right? Like Soldier Field is still within spitting distance of, and Guaranteed Rate Field is as well, like what you would consider downtown Chicago, and so is Wrigley Field, and they're on complete opposite ends of the city, right? So I think that just speaks, first of all, to how gigantic the densely packed part of Chicago is. Honestly, much like Toronto, I'll be completely honest. I don't know if you've ever been to Chicago, but I've been a lot to Chicago, and I think it's actually the city that if I'm like in the downtown core and I had to close my eyes and like you open them, you could mistake it for being in downtown Toronto. Like,
really?
It's like,
okay.
I would say of all the major cities I've been to, it is the closest to being a version of Toronto. And I mean, that's why, I don't know if you knew this, but I think that's why Chicago is also considered Toronto's sister city. The Windy City is considered the sister city of Toronto. And again, I'm sure there's probably just some really like superficial reason for that as well, because that's been the case for a really long time. But I only bring it up because there is 14 kilometers, as we said, between two of the biggest stadiums in like North America, essentially, in terms of Soldier Field and Wrigley Field. But again, I mean, look at the radar. The green blobs have largely moved over the lake. Like they're not over where Wrigley Field is in relation to Chicago right now. So I wonder if it's like, I kind of wonder if they just went into delay out of an abundance of caution, because it was raining. Well, I'll put it this way. It was actually raining when they went into delay, but I kind of wonder if the umpire just had the quick trigger, because I'll say this, my usual,
it was a quick trigger.
My usual barometer for how hard it is raining when we've done many of these rain delays is you mentioned the people in the bleachers didn't really go anywhere in left field and right field, center field, and that remained the case during the second delay. But I always try and see where in the lower bowl, right behind home plate, in the kind of the 100 levels of wherever the stadium is, how many of those people actually run for cover, right? And I'll say this, like, if it's raining really hard, people aren't dumb. They don't want to get wet. They'll go sit under the concourse.
Instantly. It's a complete wave of people.
Yeah,
yes.
Like they have completely abandoned those seats. And hand up, I absolutely would be one of those people if I was in that situation. I didn't have an umbrella or a poncho, and even if I did, I would still get out of my seat. But I'll say this, no one pretty much vacated their seats. Like even while we've been talking in the last like 20 minutes or so, no one really left their seats. Like it kind of seemed like it was spitting rain a little bit, but it doesn't look like heavy rain for this second delay ever actually hit Wrigley Field head on, which is why, and again, they're folding up the tarp in right field right now, putting it back on the little roller they have out there.
Show, unless my eyes are deceiving me, I think that's Chris Bassitt walking out to the mound.
That's for sure Chris Bassitt.
So Chris Bassitt looks like he is indeed on the mound, looking like he's trying to obviously establish his footing, and it appears as if we may see Chris Bassitt return to this game yet again. Now, mind you, it was only a 10-minute delay.
Yes.
Right? Or, I mean, slightly.
At this point, yeah, a little more than that.
Yes, and there will be a bit of a warm-up period here. But here comes Alejandro Kirk. They are the only two players on the field at the moment. Kirk now making his way behind home plate. And, yeah, it indeed looks like Chris Bassitt is going to continue in this ball game. Man, in hindsight, that was a bit of a quick trigger. They did not need to call that delay.
So here's the thing.
They really did not show.
The Blue Jays are actually all running back out onto the field. Like the running back out to their positions.
The tarp's not even fully rolled up.
The tarp's not rolled up. The grounds crew has done nothing to the field.
That's true.
They didn't put anything on the field. Literally no members of the ground crew came out to even touch the field. All they did was put the tarp on and then drag the tarp off. The umpires are wandering around. Dansby Swanson had a 2-1 count at the plate with 1 out. And Dansby Swanson is loitering behind Alejandro Kirk, just taking some practice swings. So it kind of looks like we're going to resume this ball game in mere moments, if I had to guess.
This has got to be, I'm sure, and we'll hear from Chris Bassitt after this ball game. I would imagine it's got to be one of the more bizarre outings he's ever experienced.
I would think so as well.
Like, how many times can he endure a delay? And this now being the second one today, and yet here he is back on the mound and will be going to work for the Blue Jays in this ball game against the Cubs. It is unbelievable. Yeah, this is crazy.
The umpires are not yet at their positions, so I guess we'll resume in a couple of minutes. But it's funny because now we can see the scoreboard, which is where I saw the 3:20 p.m. Eastern start time. They don't even have a start time on there.
No,
it just says it's gonna resume momentarily. Essentially, is what it says at Wrigley Field, which is really funny. Chris Bassitt indeed atop the mound. Pardon me. Dansby Swanson taking some practice swings as he gets ready to step back into the box. Doesn't look like there are a lot of clouds above Wrigley Field, or at least a lot of angry clouds. You can see some of the blue skies poking above the confines of Wrigley Field, but all the Blue Jays are back in position. The umpire is getting back in position as well. We'll get back in position for the call of this game. Blue Jays trail the Cubs 1-0 in the bottom of the second inning with 1 out. Once again, here is Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. We will wait and see how long this one lasts. After about 10 minutes of baseball after the first delay, we are back after the second delay, and Chris Bassitt is on the mound. But like Joe mentioned, the umpires are not in position yet. They're starting to move over there. There's still some sort of discussion going on along the third baseline right now. And Chris Bassitt has his palms up to the sky trying to figure out what is happening here as the umpires are not starting play up yet. Alan Porter, the crew chief, and Ryan Blackney, the home plate umpire, are still side by side talking to each other.
Well, if there's one guy that's going to be extremely frustrated by this, you can imagine it's Chris Bassitt, as John Schneider and a couple of the umpires are still huddled. And when they're huddled talking to each other, whispering with each other, it's never a good sign. I can promise you that. John Schneider looks kind of frustrated right now. Chris Bassitt is a little bit frustrated. Hopefully we can get this game started soon.
There was a roar because they announced Dansby Swanson. And it looks like Ryan Blackney is going back to his position behind home plate. The sun is out again in about the 19th weather change through an inning and a half so far in Chicago. And I think we're going to start again.
Well, I've never seen 2 rain delays within a 10-minute period, and I've never seen a 10-minute rain delay. So there's a lot going on, a lot to process, but here we go.
Dansby Swanson in 1 out, bottom of the second inning, 1-0 for the Cubs, and Bassitt delivers a 2-1 pitch that misses down and away, 3 balls and 1 strike. If you weren't with us before the first delay, it's 1-0 Cubs because Ian Happ homered on the first pitch Bassitt threw of the day. 3-1 pitch. Swanson hits it well, left field, going back Schneider, it's past him and bouncing up against the wall. Swanson around first, jogging into second, and he's got a 1-out double.
Well, the issue there is it was a 3-1 count, and Chris Bassitt had to come back with something over the heart of the plate. Dansby Swanson was ready for it. Just a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, thigh high, middle, and he ripped it into the gap in left field.
91 is a little bit down for Chris Bassitt. How much do you think this start and stop can affect a pitcher?
Well, I can tell you this much. He was 91 in the first inning before the first rain delay.
Point.
So, but in answer to your question,
Pete Crow Armstrong takes a ball up high.
It affects a starting pitcher a lot, and I can guarantee that Chris Bassitt threw at least a couple of bullpens during those 2 rain delays.
Crow Armstrong batting from the left side, runner on second, 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a miss at a high cutter, 1-1. Bassitt gave up the homer and 2 walks in the first inning. Now a 1-out double in the second. Looking back at the runner, Swanson. He delivers to Crow Armstrong. Swing and a miss. Ugly wave there on an off-speed pitch away. 1-2.
That's a couple of awkward swings from Crow Armstrong in this at-bat.
Not an easy spot to be a rookie trying to deal with the 8-pitch mix of Chris Bassitt. Crow Armstrong, a .210 hitter this year, 5 homers. The 1-2. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hit his 5th home run of the season yesterday. Went back-to-back with Miguel Amaya. Did the rookie PCA. Amaya waiting on deck right now. Bassitt sets. A look at second in the 2-2. Breaking ball popped up. Back of second base. Will Wagner making the call in the right field. Grass makes the catch. 2 outs.
Well, that was a pretty good curveball. A 2-2 slow breaking ball right down the middle. And like you mentioned earlier, as actually Nate Pearson is getting loose for the Chicago Cubs. That's pretty interesting. It's tough for a rookie to come in and face a guy that's throwing 8-9 pitches. And you could tell during that at-bat, Pete Crow Armstrong was not comfortable at all.
Here's another young player, Miguel Amaya, the catcher for his 2nd straight day. First pitch. Hit on the ground, foul. And that's 0-1.
How do you think Nate Pearson feels right now?
I'm sure it's a unique feeling. Pearson is getting loose, and that's interesting because Justin Steele returned after the first delay, but Pearson warming up. Looks like Justin Steele will not return after the 2nd delay in this game. 0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. And nothing to do with who's warming up at all. I think if you're a Blue Jay, Justin Steele out of the game is automatically a good thing.
Yeah, I think that obviously for the Blue Jays, facing Nate Pearson is obviously an easier day than facing former All-Star Steele.
1-1 curve, misses low, check swing. Peel down to first, he did not go around.
But at the same time, if you're Craig Counsell, if you're the Chicago Cubs, you have to be frustrated with the umpiring crew, with the grounds crew. They couldn't really figure it out. Like I said a couple of times, I have never seen 2 rain delays within a 10-minute period.
2-1 pitch to Amaya. At the knees, strike 2. Good fastball. Bassitt trying to strand the 1-out double of Dansby Swanson. Swanson's on second, now 2 outs. And a 1-0 Cub lead in the bottom of the 2nd inning. 2-2. Hit on the ground right side. Blocked by Guerrero off the stomach. And he picks it up and goes to the first base bag to end the inning. No runs on a hit. No errors and 1 left on. 1-0 Cubs. And as we go to the 3rd, it looks like Nate Pearson will pitch against the Blue Jays next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, Blue Jays fans, are you ready to hit a home run with your next roof? Introducing GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, designed to keep your roof looking and feeling like a winner, rain or shine. GAF is proud to be the official shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Visit homedepot.ca and search.
What's up, baseball fans? Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Toronto Blue Jays trip to the Windy City and Wrigley Field to take on the Cubs. Have you hit that subscribe button yet? Are you an insider? 34,294 are. We appreciate every single one of you here and making this the best Toronto sports community on the internet. Please make sure you are subscribed and turn that bell on so you don't miss it when we go live for any Toronto sports action. Every Blue Jays game the rest of the way, the Toronto Argos matchups, the Buffalo Bills preseason, regular season, and the playoffs. And oh yeah, it's hockey season. Go Leafs, go baby. Hockey season coming up and the Raptors in the fall. See you guys back in the chat. Thanks for being an insider. Go Blue Jays, go.
Game starts. The action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball hit to center field. Varsho with a dive, and he makes the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Nate Pearson on the mound, not for the Blue Jays, but against them. The right-hander enters the ball game for the Chicago Cubs in the top of the third inning, with the Cubs leading 1-0, and Justin Steele, the starter for Chicago, out of the game due to the rain delays. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for tuning in. Addison Barger, the number 9 hitter, leads off. Pearson, the righty, kicks and fires, and Barger hits the fastball into center field. It hangs up for Crow Armstrong, who ranges to left center and makes the catch. 1 out.
Well, just like that, 1 pitch, 1 out for Nate Pearson against his former team. 97, down in the zone, perfectly placed. Didn't really see a ton of those when he was with the Jays, but 1 pitch, he looks pretty good so far.
Had a decent start to his Cubs career after the Blue Jays traded him over for Yohendrick Pinango and Josh Rivera, 2 prospects before the deadline. First pitch to George Springer, strike 1. On the season, Pearson has a 5.32 earned run average in 46 appearances, but this is his 6th appearance now with the Cubs, and his earned run average is in the mid-3s. This is low with a slider to Springer. It's 1-1. Second time through for the Blue Jays. Springer 0 for 1. He reached on an error in the first. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Deep left field. Happ going back, and he's just got room to make the catch.
Well, that was a middle heater, 98 miles an hour. George Springer with the huge smile on his face, running off the field, thought he got it as soon as he made contact. Nate Pearson with a little smirk. They're all having a good time out there.
Plenty of time spent in the same dugout or in the same clubhouses, more likely for a lot of these guys. But now Pearson pitching against the Blue Jays, misses outside to Dalton Varsho with a slider, ball 1. 2 outs, top of the third, nobody on. Right on left, the pitch. This low with the slider, ball 2.
That fly ball from George Springer was probably about as deep as it gets without being a home run.
And Happ went back like it was gone and then worked to his left, and with the ivy on his shoulders made the catch. 2-0 pitch is popped up. Back of third base, the left fielder Happ moving in. Paredes going back. So is Swanson, the shortstop, who makes the catch after a long run to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Nate Pearson on 7 pitches. He sets down the Blue Jays and keeps it 1-0 Cubs going to the bottom of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
SiriusXM NFL Radio hit the road for a special town hall with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Touchdown, Kansas City!
Bruce Murray and Alex Smith talk to the Super Bowl champions, including Coach Andy Reid, as they get ready to defend their title.
We've got good guys, which helps. You know, it starts with Patrick, Travis, and Chris Jones. It's a good foundation.
Hear this exclusive SiriusXM NFL Radio town hall from Kansas City Chiefs training camp anytime on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. My goodness! And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Feel the thrill of the Premier League on SiriusXM FC.
Arsenal running riot. A quick fire double from Chelsea.
Hear every pulse-pounding moment.
Haaland scores the hat-trick. Brilliant left-foot strike by Salah. What a goal by Marcus Rashford.
From the world's most exciting league.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur. Manchester United turn it around.
All on your radio home for the beautiful game.
If you like soccer, you are in the right place.
The Premier League lives on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
The third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Nepean and Orleans, Ontario. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Bottom of the third inning, north side of Chicago. Cubs leading the Blue Jays 1-0. Chris Bassitt deals to Ian Happ, and the first pitch is called a strike, 0-1. Happ with a solo home run on the first pitch of Bassitt's day. That's the difference in the game. Oh, 1 inside. For Happ, that extended a hit streak to 8 games, and he has 5 homers in those 8 games. The 1-1. Just outside, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Ian Happ's a pretty good player. The average really isn't that great. 233 to come into the ball game, but he looks locked in right now. And like you said, 5 homers in the last 8 games.
Makes up for some of the average with good power, walks a fair bit. 2-1. Is hit well left field. Schneider racing back toward the wall. Makes the catch on the track. 1 out. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. When home improvement projects are throwing you a curveball, talk to folks at Timbermart before you begin your next job. They've got the material and know-how to make sure you have all your bases covered. Timbermart, Canada's building center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays at Wrigley Field. 1 out, bottom of the third. Here's Michael Busch. Infield moves to the pull side for the left-handed hitter. And the pitch home. Inside, ball 1. Interesting, Davis Schneider running back on that ball toward the wall. It's obviously the most unique wall maybe in all of baseball. That and the Green Monster. The ivy covers the wall at Wrigley Field. And John Schneider talked about playing that wall as Bassitt delivers a strike to Busch, 1-1. Schneider said it can be a little bit deceiving that the ivy makes it look like you have somewhat of a soft cushion to run into. But Chris, you've been there. That's just a brick wall behind that ivy as there's a swing and a miss to make it 1-2.
Yeah, it's quite dangerous for outfielders and people that could potentially run into that wall. I don't love it just because of the danger factor. I mean, I'm sure guys have gotten seriously injured running into that wall, but you just have to know what you're dealing with. You can't treat it like you're at the Rogers Center. You have to treat it like it's a brick wall.
1-2 pitch up high, 2-2. Maybe they got to plant more seeds there, get more ivy growing, get a thicker wall.
I'm sure there's been discussions about it in the past. How can we make this safer? But in the end, it's one of the coolest walls, the coolest aspects of any professional sports stadium, ballpark, in my opinion, and I'm sure a lot of people's opinions.
Brick runs all the way around to the backstop as well. 2-2. Called strike 3. Freezes him with a cutter. And for Bassitt, his first strikeout of the day. 2 outs in the bottom of the third.
And Bassitt's looked pretty good here after that second rain delay. Little cutter up and away. Hit the high part of that strike zone. Alejandro Kirk again with the beautiful frame job. That ball was actually a little bit above the strike zone, but Kirk makes it look like a good pitch.
So 2 down here, Seiya Suzuki. First pitch strike. Or no. My goodness. A pitch that hit the middle of the strike zone is called a ball. It's 1-0. That's going to end up in some clip of the worst calls of the year, frankly.
Well, Ryan Blackney's not going to be overly impressed with his choice right there. That was middle.
1-0 pitch outside, 2-0. And Bassitt barking towards the ground. And I think he's still upset about that first pitch. And there's no way around it. That is a truly brutal call.
That's probably the worst call of the season. At least the pitches that I've seen so far this year.
2-0. Hit in the air, down the right field line, 2-1. To get back to Chris Bassitt, you said has settled in because we can only do so much about what the umpire is going to call. Really, you could say a turning point for Bassitt came because of something Seiya Suzuki did. Cubs were threatening after the home run in the first with first and second and 1 out. Tried to double steal. Suzuki got thrown out at third. The 2-1. Called strike 2-2. And the Cubs didn't get anything going that inning. They only have one base runner since Suzuki was thrown out.
Yeah, that choice by Suzuki changed the whole inning. It changed the way Chris Bassitt pitched the batter. It changed the way, obviously, it was another out in that inning.
2-2 pitch is hit in the air left field. Schneider ranging back toward the ivy, stops in front of the track, makes the catch, and ends the inning. A 1-2-3 third for Bassitt, who's retired 5 straight. He sends us to the 4th in a 1-0 game in favor of the Cubs. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The biggest names in NASCAR talk are now with SiriusXM.
Hey, this is Denny Hamlin, host of Actions Detrimental, driver of the number 11 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, and co-owner of 2311 Racing. Join me and my co-host Jared Allen every Monday for a recap of each NASCAR race from the driver's seat. We'll break down how my race went and hopefully ending in victory lane.
Hear Actions Detrimental plus every incredible podcast from Dirty Mo Media right now on the SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for...
Behold, the mightiest assembly ever witnessed. We are all gathered in the darkness. Together we can be the light. I call upon every crew. We need you all to join our fight for a new SickKids, and we need you now. Who's with us? Who is with us?
Are you with us, insiders? Let's go. You heard the man. Let's donate some money to SickKids. Anything that you can is a huge help. Cheers, insiders. Let's change the world.
Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
That radio network.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. stepping in as we start the 4th inning at Wrigley Field. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Cubs 1, Blue Jays nothing. Former Blue Jay Nate Pearson delivers a fastball at the top of the zone. Strike 1. Pearson in his 2nd inning of work retired the Blue Jays on 7 pitches in the 3rd. 0-1 to Guerrero. Fastball at the knees, strike 2, and that was top of the zone, bottom of the zone at 96-97 on back-to-back pitches.
Yeah, pretty nasty stuff. That last pitch especially had a lot of run to it. Started outside and ended up over the middle of the plate, but at the bottom of the strike zone.
0-2 is bounced in front of the plate by a good margin. Ball 1.
I have to say, I'm probably, if I'm a Cubs guy, I'm probably disappointed that Justin Steele is out of this game, but as a Blue Jays broadcaster, I'm pretty excited to see Nate Pearson pitch today.
Looks like they're going to use Pearson for length, too. 1-2. Guerrero rolls it over foul, third base side. These two teammates for a number of years.
I was going to say, it's turned into a gorgeous day.
Yeah. Give it a minute.
Yeah.
1-2. Swing and a liner past the dive of the second baseman. Horner rolling toward the track in right center field. Bellinger slides to scoop it up. Guerrero trying for second, and he's in there with a leadoff double. 99 over the plate, and Guerrero smoked it the other way.
Yeah, that was a line drive about 5 feet off the ground. Nico Hoerner made a Superman dive attempt to catch that baseball, but Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hit that on the screws for a double. Cody Bellinger does a great job cutting it off in that gap in right field. But Vladimir Guerrero Jr. a head-first slide into second base for a leadoff double.
Blue Jays trying to tie it up. 1-0 Cubs, top of the 4th. The pitch to Alejandro Kirk. High ball 1. Did you ever pitch to any former catchers of yours?
Ooh.
Because I feel like maybe they know too much or something like that. Like it would be a scary feeling.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember.
Pearson's 1-0 to Kirk inside, 2-0.
I'm trying to think of who my catchers were in Florida, because I pitched against Florida as a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
In between innings, I might help you.
We'll talk about it, yeah.
A look at second by Pearson. His 2-0. Up and in, ball 3. And really strong to start, but 3 straight misses.
And he's lost it a lot like he showed that he would do sometimes with the Blue Jays, where he would look dominant for an inning, and then all of a sudden things would just kind of snowball on him.
3-0. Kirk taken all the way. It's called a strike, 3-1.
Whether he's trying to be too quick to the plate or whether he's thinking about other things, you can just see the wheels spinning in that head of Nate Pearson. Falls behind Alejandro Kirk, 3-1.
Pearson set at his chest. A peek at second and the pitch. Down and away, ball 4. That's a walk to Kirk, and the Blue Jays have 2 aboard with nobody out.
Pretty good AB right there from Alejandro Kirk. Took a couple of tough pitches. That last one just off the plate outside. You could see Nate Pearson drop his arms like he was frustrated with that call, but that was definitely a ball.
So a big chance here for the Blue Jays in the 4th. Trailing 1-0, but 2 on, nobody out, and Ernie Clement coming up. Pearson kicks and fires. Clement swings and pops up a fastball. First base side foul. Playable for Bush. Ranging near the Blue Jay dugout, he makes the catch. 1 out.
That stuff is still there. Nate Pearson's got the big fastball. We haven't seen the 103 in a while, but we've seen 97, 98 today. A lot of life through the strike zone. If he can just harness that and have a little bit more command with that fastball, he's going to be a good one for a long time.
Pearson, 27 years old, former first-round pick of the Blue Jays. Here's Will Wagner to the plate for Toronto with 2 on and 1 out. Right on left, the pitch. Strike 1. You had mentioned this Wagner's first time up. He's 7 for 8 against right-handed pitching so far as a Blue Jay. The 0-1. Checked his swing on a slider down and in. One ball, 1 strike. Guerrero on second. He doubled. Kirk on first with a walk. Wagner rests the bat on his left shoulder. Knees bent. The 1-1. Takes the big curveball for strike 2. Haven't seen the curve yet until now.
Well, maybe we should see more of those. That was a pretty good one. 79. Almost 12-6 from Nate Pearson. He's been working on that for the better part of 5 or 6 months now. It looks like it's come along.
The 1-2. Bounce the curveball in front of the plate. Pearson's fastball, slider, curveball, and then sometimes he'll throw more of a 2-seam fastball, which was something he developed right near the end of his Blue Jay career. He did throw a splitter in spring. Hasn't really done that much in the regular season. 2-2. Fastball up high, ball 3.
Another good at bat from Will Wagner. He's a guy that's seen 4, 5, 6 pitches almost in every single one of his ABs. Just waits for the pitcher to throw a mistake, and if you don't, he'll take the walk.
3-2. Called ball 4, and if you're Nate Pearson, you're not going to be happy with that. That was a fastball right on the outside corner. But Will Wagner, he might be new to the majors, but he knows his stuff. He spun around right away like that was ball 4, tossed the bat away like there was no question, and jogged down to first. That's now a second walk in the inning for Pearson, and the bases are loaded for the Blue Jays.
Well, a tough call for Nate Pearson. That was about as good as it gets. 98, down and away. I mean, that should have been strike 3, but now the bases are loaded with still just 1 out. But Nate Pearson has to be frustrated with that call.
You can't make a better pitch than that pitch right there. Tommy Hotovy, the pitching coach, went out to the mound. A couple of the infielders came in as well to talk with Pearson, who's now once again alone on the mound, trying to get rid of this bases loaded jam. 1 out, and Davis Schneider at the plate. Schneider 0 for 1, a fly out to right field. If he can replicate that, it'll likely tie the game with Guerrero on third. The pitch. Fastball on the outside edge, strike 1. 37 RBIs on the season for Davis Schneider, who, after the hot start to the season, has had a bumpy last couple months. Swings at the 0-1, though, and hammers it down the left field line. That's a foul ball. It's 0-2.
Yeah, he ripped that one. I think he got it off the end of the bat, just a little bit of hair out in front of that pitch. He actually might have got jammed. That was 98 in on the hands, but that was a good swing on a tough pitch.
Schneider back in the box. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gets him with the slider down and away. And there are 2 outs.
Well, that's worst case scenario. If you're the Blue Jays, you at least want to make contact with that ball. Obviously, you don't want to roll into a double play, but the Chicago Cubs are giving you a run. The infield is back. They're giving you that run. They're not trying to squeeze that run at home plate. And Davis Schneider strikes out there.
So it's up to Stuart Baroa now. Switch hitter turns around to the left side and takes a pitch up high, ball 1. Baroa substituted into the game for Leo Jimenez in the second inning. Vlad on third, Kirk on second, Wagner on first. The 1-0 pitch is hit in the air, right field. Bellinger back at the track, makes the catch, and ends the inning. Pearson plays with fire but gets out of it after the leadoff double and a pair of walks. The Blue Jays leave the bases loaded and trail 1-0 middle of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekday starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on bluejays.com/workfromdome.
Hey, Jays fans, ready to hit a home run with your next roofing project? Step up to the plate with GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, the official roofing shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Just like our Jays, GAF Timberline HDZ shingles deliver top performance with unmatched durability and protection. So, when it's time to cover your bases, choose the winning team. Visit your local Home Depot or shop online at homedepot.ca for all your roofing shingles and accessories. GAF. We protect what matters most.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
They got him. A strike him out, throw him out, double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 4th inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Blue Jays in Game 2 of this 3-game set against the Cubs at Wrigley Field. It's Cubs 1, Blue Jays 0. Chris Bassitt back out on the mound for the bottom of the 4th, and Cody Bellinger leading off for the Cubs. Bassitt fiddling with the pitch comm on his right hip for a moment, slips his glove back on, and with 2 on the pitch clock, gets into the wind and offers. First pitch fastball up high, 1-0. Bellinger walked back in the first inning. He's a .276 hitter this season who hit his 13th home run yesterday. 1-0. Breaking ball on the inside corner, strike 1. For Bellinger, he's on an absolute tear right now. Last 14 games, batting .315. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
They're really trying to pitch him up and in at the hands. That's where Cody Bellinger struggles the most. When you get that ball out over the middle of the plate, he does damage. He loves to get the arms extended, but Chris Bassitt is really trying to tie him up on the inside part of the plate. 2019 MVP back in the box.
Here's the 1-2. Go too far inside. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I don't mind that pitch right there. Cody Bellinger moves his feet trying to get out of the way. I'd still try to stay in there, though. I don't want to go soft away because Cody Bellinger has shown that he does damage with anything out over the middle.
2-2. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. Appeal down to third, and he did go around, says Sean Barber. So it's strike 3. Bellinger does not like it, but he is struck out on that breaking ball. It was the slider from Bassitt, and there's 1 out. With that, let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Rib Sanity is now on until September 8th. All-you-can-eat ribs for just $27.99. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. Always devilishly good. It's 1-0 Cubs over Blue Jays in Chicago. Bassitt just missed down low to Isaac Paredes with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. Now the 1-0 offering. Hit in the air left field. Racing back. Schneider has room, makes the catch. 2 outs. On that out-of-town scoreboard, a final already today. Couple finals. One of them coming in Detroit, where the Tigers were hosting the Yankees, and the Tigers defeat the Yankees, shutting them out. 4-0 is the final score in that one. Only 4 hits in the game for New York overall. None from Juan Soto. 2 of them from Oswaldo Cabrera. So a look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. The pitch to Nico Horner. Strike 1. Smooth sailing for Bassitt after that leadoff home run in the first. Trying to retire an 8th straight batter. His 0-1. Soft liner foul right side, 0-2.
I would love to know how many pitches he threw in those side sessions during the rain delay, because it says that he just threw pitch number 60, but I bet it's somewhere around 80, probably realistically, if the Blue Jays are going to count those pitches, which I'm assuming that Chris Bassitt and John Schneider will count those pitches.
Is it like a 1-for-1 exchange, or is it a little different because there's less pressure? Or
I think you just throw it like it's a normal inning. You just throw 12 pitches, sliders, breaking balls, everything else, and go from there.
0-2 breaking ball, misses down and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
But I'm also a little bit I'm wondering why Justin Steele is not in this game.
1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, doubled up on the breaking ball. He gets the strikeout of Horner, 2 strikeouts in another 1-2-3 inning for Bassitt. We go to the 5th, still 1-0 Cubs. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Kansas City Chiefs sit atop the NFL.
And the Chiefs Kingdom has started its own history class.
And they sat down with NFL Radio for a Sirius XM Town Hall. Hear from head coach Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes as they prepare for a historic Super Bowl three-peat.
You don't have these windows where you can win Super Bowls too long usually, and luckily for us, that window's been very big.
The Sirius XM Town Hall with the Kansas City Chiefs. Listen right now on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Be the most informed player in your fantasy football league by listening to the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I want to thank you guys for making me a better fantasy player.
Hear player rankings, position breakdowns, and expert drafts.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
Going deep down the right side, got a man, caught, touchdown Cowboys.
The road to a fantasy football championship begins with Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Firekeepers Casino 400 from Michigan International Speedway on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
Our goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's it for us.
Hear every stop of the 2024 training camp tour on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth, everyone. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Joe Ali, our host today, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Andrew Adams, our technical director. A bit of an extended break in between innings. No delay, nothing to do with weather, but rather a cool moment at Wrigley Field. Stand Up to Cancer being supported at Wrigley Field. All the players came out with signs honoring some people that they know, or getting some signs from fans. And a lot going on in that world with the Cubs, as Ryan Sandberg just a couple days ago rang the bell and completed his cancer treatment, which is great. So a cool moment on Players Weekend. Today is the day of the three that they are specifically focusing on the causes that players support and that a lot of the different players contribute to or lead. So a nice moment there at Wrigley Field. Now the Cubs are out and warming up on the field. And with a little bit of extra time, we can take you more around the St. Louis Bar and Grill Out of Down scoreboard before this inning gets underway. Tampa Bay and Arizona facing off right now, and it's 1-0 for the Rays already in the bottom of the first. A Josh Lowe triple has given Tampa Bay the lead. And some interesting free agent news going on today. One of the veterans in baseball, Rich Hill, who has not thrown a pitch this year but has pitched for the last 19 seasons, is reportedly in talks to sign with the Boston Red Sox potentially and join them. Hill pitched with the Red Sox from 2010 to 2012 and then again in 2022. And he has been around the game so long, it is cool to see Rich Hill potentially back in baseball again and pitching for a team in a playoff race down the stretch.
Well, he just refuses to become a broadcaster. What is he doing? He would be an incredible manager, and I'm not saying that he's not good enough to be in the big leagues, but what an incredible career, so much longevity. You just don't see that very often.
And typically, not always, if you're going to manage or you're going to work in broadcast, you might work for a team you played for. Rich Hill's got 13 options in terms of teams that he can pitch for. New pitcher into the game for the Cubs is Tyson Miller, who picked up the win in extras yesterday. Miller, the side-arming righty, misses outside to Addison Barger to start the fifth.
Yeah, Tyson Miller is having a really good season. 40 games, 44 1/3 innings pitched, an ERA of just 1.83.
Next pitch to Barger, cuts into the zone, strike one. That ends the appearance of Nate Pearson, who threw 2 scoreless innings against the Blue Jays. Did have the bases loaded with 1 out last inning, but Toronto stranded it. 1-1. Barger hits it on the ground to first, speared by Michael Busch, and the rookie steps on first base. 1 out.
Well, I'm happy for Nate Pearson. Obviously, he skated around a little bit of problems there in that second inning, but he looked pretty good. He threw that fastball for strikes the majority of the time, and to come out and throw 2 clean innings, 2 scoreless innings against your former team is probably a pretty good feeling.
Cubs trying to piece it together with Justin Steele out after just 2 innings of work, and now Miller deals to the top of the order, misses inside to George Springer. 1-0. Talking about causes of the players being honored here on Players Weekend. George Springer at the forefront of that. 1-0. Outside 2-0, has done a ton of work with the George Springer Kids Fund, helping out kids who live with stutters like George Springer does. 2-0. Swing and a fly ball deep center field. Pete Crow Armstrong ranging back, makes the catch in front of the track. 2 outs. Big change of pace for the batters who just saw Nate Pearson. Tyson Miller is not a high 90s fastball guy. He is going to be 88 to 90. A lot of breaking balls, a lot of movement, and that funky angle. His pitch to Dalton Varsho. Swing and a miss. Strike one.
A lot of different looks from this Cubs team today. If you're the Blue Jays offense, first you had lefty Justin Steele, then you had the 100-mile-an-hour fastball of Nate Pearson, And now you have the 89-mile-an-hour fastball of Miller.
Misses inside at 90, 1-1.
That's how that's how you should do it. Craig Counsell's, he's no dummy.
That was one of his priorities coming over from Milwaukee to Chicago this year, was to reconstruct that Cubs pen. 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Some of his plans got tossed away with the injury to their presumed closer, Adbert Alzolay. Yency Almonte they had acquired to be high leverage. He's out, 2-1. Swing and a hot shot foul down the right field line, 2-2. But the Cubs bullpen and starters have really been solid for about 2 months. If you go back to July 4th, the Cubs have the best earned run average in baseball as a team. 2-2 pitch is bounced softly to first. Bush flips to the pitcher. Head first dive by Varsho to first. He's called out. They say that Miller beat him in the race. Varsho doesn't think so. He's on his knees looking at the Blue Jay dugout right now. We'll see if John Schneider wants to take a look. If he doesn't, that will be the end of the inning. But it looks like the Blue Jays are going to challenge this call.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's rule number one when you're running to first base. If there's no tag play on, he looks safe to me. But if there's no tag play on, you just run through the bag. You don't want to dive into first base because technically speaking, it slows you down. So Varsho shouldn't have dove head first there. But at the same time, watching that replay, he is very clearly safe. Gets that hand in there before Miller gets the foot on the bag.
The Cubs fans are clapping, but I mean, that looks clearly safe.
Yeah, that's a base hit.
And now you hear the claps from the many Blue Jays fans in the crowd as they have overturned the call, and Dalton Varsho has an infield single to extend his on-base streak to 16 games.
Yeah, he's looked a ton better recently, swinging at better pitches. And like we talked about yesterday, he's really laying off that fastball up in the zone, up out of the zone that's given him fits all season long.
And this is huge because now you extend the inning for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 1-0 Cubs, runner on first, 2 outs, top of the 5th. And the pitch from Miller. Swing and a fly ball, right center field. Crow Armstrong calling for it, fighting the sun, makes the catch, and ends the inning. 1 hit for the Blue Jays, but no runs, a runner left. And it's 1-0 Cubs, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. We're back with all new episodes of the award-winning podcast.
So today is day 743, day 79, 138. We are going for chemo treatment. Day 203, 248, 312, day 313. Things are looking good. Today was a really great day.
Whoa, what a powerful message. That says it all right there. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I know a lot of you that have helped are doing what you're doing. Thank you, everybody. Let's make a difference. It really makes a big difference. Thank you. Cheers, Insiders. I just wanted to take a second to say thank you so much for hanging out with us all the time for these Blue Jays games and helping us continue to grow this amazing Toronto sports community. We are doing big things with our SickKids hospital donation. A portion of our revenue from every single game goes to SickKids in donation. As well, we are up to $200. So thank you for the help so far. We are at a goal of 1,000. We've got some work to do. Please, anything that you can is a huge help to these kids at SickKids Hospital. They've touched my life, and I'm sure they've touched a lot of your lives as well. So please, go SickKids, go. Click that link, and we'll see you back in the chat. Thank you. Let's make a real world difference together. Cheers, everybody.
Bottom of the 5th inning, still 1-0. The Cubs over the Blue Jays. Chris Bassitt still on the mound as well, has gone through 2 rain delays and stayed on. He's pitched well, retiring the last 8 batters he's seen and striking out 3 of the last 5. His pitch to Dansby Swanson. Swing and a flare to right field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Swanson was the only base runner that Bassitt had allowed since the first, and he gets him again. He's now 2 for 2.
Yeah, that's just a lucky base hit from Dansby Swanson. Absolutely blown up. A good fastball sinking in on the hands, and he gets jammed and just dumps it over Vladimir Guerrero Jr. behind first base. That's a lucky base hit. Tough break for Chris Bassitt.
Bassitt into the stretch for the first time since the second. Faces Pete Crow Armstrong. Right on left pitch. Crow Armstrong shows bunt, pulls it back, called strike.
And again, Chris Bassitt just threw his 64th pitch of the ball game, but I would imagine it's probably closer to 80, 82, 85, somewhere around there.
The good news is he's about as much of a workhorse as the Blue Jays have in terms of pitches per game. He goes over 100 all the time. 0-1. Crow Armstrong bunts it in fair territory, and this one's trouble. He bunts it to second. Will Wagner picks it up. There's no play. And Chris Bassitt, too, was chasing that ball down and had to jump and somersault to get out of the way of Wagner. So that'll be a base hit for Crow Armstrong. Bassitt's all right, just has some dirt on his left arm. And there are runners on first and second with nobody out.
Well, that was an incredible bunt from Crow Armstrong, about as good as it gets. A push bunt. Took it with him down that first base line. Wow, that's pretty good. We used to see Dalton Varsho do that all the time. He really hasn't done it very often this season, but that's a great bunt right there from Crow Armstrong.
He bunted that hard. It almost made it to the dirt before it was picked up by Wagner. Now a meeting on the mound here. Alejandro Kirk talking to Chris Bassitt. Will Wagner's going to come in. Guerrero, Pete Walker out on the mound now too with the rest of the infield.
This meeting might just be to give him a breather more than anything. Chris Bassitt went tumbling over Will Wagner trying to field that baseball. Nothing crazy. Didn't really look like he tweaked anything. His ankles look good. Just give him a breather.
Mound meeting breaks up now, and a big spot here for Bassitt, trying to keep this game close. He's been big today for Toronto so far. It's just 1-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Dealt with multiple stoppages, but the Cubs have first and second, nobody out, and Miguel Amaya, the catcher, is up.
I'm wondering if they'll sack bunt here.
Corners are in for the Blue Jays on the infield grass. Amaya shows bunt and puts it down fair. Guerrero picks it up, throws to third for an out. Back to first. Not on line. It pulled Wagner off the bag. So it's just 1 out on the play, but that's well worked by Toronto on bunt coverage. Guerrero came in from first, through to third to get the lead runner. And if Barger throws it on line, they would have had a double play.
Yeah, that was a great play from Vlad. He was breaking in. And he sees that play. It's right in front of him. He knows exactly where to go with that baseball. Throws it to Barger. Will Wagner actually made a decent attempt at the tag at first base, but I'll take that if I'm Chris Bassitt. The lead runner out at third base, and now you have 1 out in this inning and potentially a double play right here.
So that'll go down as a fielder's choice for Amaya. Not a successful sacrifice. Still first and second. And the pitch to Ian Happ is called strike 1. Happ with a home run and a fly out to left field. Hit it pretty deep to left his last time up. Oh, 1. No, it's the inside move to check on Pete Crow Armstrong. One of the best base stealers in baseball, 23 for 23 on the season. Potentially chasing down history. Trey Turner set the record last year, the most stolen bases in a perfect season, 30 for 30. 0-1 pitch to Ian Happ, down and in, 1-1. You mentioned the pitch count of Chris Bassitt maybe being higher than the 68 that he's thrown in the actual game. Zach Pop is getting loose. 1-1 pitch to Happ, sprayed foul left side, 1-2.
Yeah, I think if this was a normal game and Chris Bassitt was at 69 pitches in the 5th inning, I don't think Zach Pop would be warming up right now. But like I said, he's probably realistically more around 85, 88 pitches, which is still relatively low for Chris Bassitt.
Happ asks for time. Bassitt takes a breath, nods his head off the side of the rubber, goes to his right hip to talk to Kirk, who goes to his right thigh to talk to Bassitt on the pitch comm, and now they're good to go. First and second, 1 out. And the 1-2 pitch. Happ swings and misses, strike 3. Big strikeout for Chris Bassitt. There are 2 down.
Yeah, Ian Happ is not happy about that one, but that was a good pitch from Chris Bassitt. A cutter at the top of the strike zone, drills that target from Alejandro Kirk. A perfect pitch. We've seen him throw that pitch a lot and execute that pitch quite often recently. That's a good pitch from Chris Bassitt.
Still trouble to work through, but first and second, nobody out, has turned into first and second, 2 outs. A good defensive play by the Blue Jays on the Miguel Amaya bunt, and then the strikeout. Here's Michael Busch. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball center field. Varsho going back at the track. Leaps at the wall. It's off his glove and down on the warning track. Pete Crow Armstrong in to score. Miguel Amaya in to score. Throw to third, not in time. It's a 2-run triple for Michael Busch. And the Cubs are up 3-0.
Well, Dalton Varsho missed that baseball out in center field by about an inch. He made a pretty good effort up against that brick wall, up against that ivy. You could see him shaking his head, not overly excited about that, but that was a great effort up against that center field wall. Unfortunately, just above his glove.
It was just out of his reach, like you said, on a second look. First pitch into Seiya Suzuki, called strike 1.
And you have to wonder if that is at Rogers Center, where he's not worried about the brick wall, he's not worried about the ivy. Does he make that catch? And my answer is probably yes.
And we were talking about that earlier. You can't slam into that wall. You can really hurt yourself. 0-1 pitch to Suzuki, hit foul, 0-2. That's a big swing for Michael Busch, one of the best rookies in Major League Baseball this year. Comes up with a triple in his 46th and 47th RBIs of the season. So 3-0 Cubs, 2 outs, runner on third, and the 0-2. Up and away, ball 1. Bassitt shaking out his right arm. He's thrown 74 pitches in the game. A handful of others in the rain delays. 1-2. Check swing roller down the third baseline, foul. Probably good news that one went foul. That would have been a tough play for Addison Barger. And maybe it would have been another run for the Cubs.
Yeah, Suzuki was actually surprised by that sweeper, made a little attempt to quickly foul it off. But you're right. I think if that ball was fair, Barger would have had a tough time throwing across his body and getting Suzuki out of first base.
Suzuki back in the box. Busch leading off in foul territory off of third base. The 1-2. Called strike 3. Cutter gets Suzuki looking to end the inning, but the Cubs add to their lead. A 2-out, 2-run triple by Michael Busch makes it 3-0 Chicago as we go to the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to...
What's up, Blue Jays fans? Did you know that we're live on Instagram and Twitter as well right now for this game? Please go check us out on Instagram and Twitter at @TS_insider and help our community continue to grow over there. Please hit that follow button, hit that little heart button on the broadcast, be greatly appreciated. And if not, if you don't have those two, check out our TikTok, because that one we actually need more help in. We've got to get up to that 1,000 follower mark in order to go live over there. So every single follow will be greatly appreciated. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Thanks for helping us continue to grow this awesome Toronto sports community. Go Jays, go.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Roddy rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back-to-back.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The sixth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year at goodsparkgrants.ca. 3-0 Cubs, and we already saw one former Blue Jay pitch for Chicago. Here's another. Julian Merriweather is into the game, and he delivers a first pitch strike to Alejandro Kirk, 0-1. Merriweather in his 12th game of the season, a .573 earned run average. 0-1. Up and in. Ball one.
Ironically, a couple of guys that I thought the Blue Jays let go of just a little bit too early.
Both guys with big stuff. Another big fastball for Merriweather in the mid-90s, although it throws his slider the most. 1-1. There is the slider. It misses down and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Merriweather actually drafted by Cleveland, not the Blue Jays, although he came up with Toronto. Acquired in the Josh Donaldson trade. 2-1. Swing and a foul ball off to the right, 2-2. Debuted with the Blue Jays in 2020. Injuries really held him back. Missed a lot of 2021 and 2022 with oblique strains. And then when the Blue Jays signed Brandon Belt in 2023 in the offseason to make space on the roster, they designated Merriweather for assignment, and the Cubs claimed him. 2-2. Foul back. Alejandro Kirk, I think, is going to need a new bat here, or at least a little bit more grip. Gives us time to welcome you back to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. So this is Alejandro Kirk facing another guy that he has caught before in his career. He walked against Nate Pearson in the 4th inning. 0 for 1 today, a fielder's choice in the 1st. Merriweather set at his chest, and the righty's 2-2. Swing and a pop-up back behind the plate into the seats. Essentially a bullpen day today for the Cubs. Merriweather's the 3rd reliever to come in for Chicago. 2-2. Swing and a fly ball. Center field. Pete Crow Armstrong back onto the track, makes the catch. 1 out.
This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
The big injury news came with today's starting shortstop, Ernie Clement, the current shortstop, up at the plate now. The pitch from Merriweather is lined right at the shortstop, Dansby Swanson, 2 down. Leo Jimenez started this game, played defensively in the bottom of the 1st, hadn't gone up to the plate yet when he was taken out of the game in the 2nd for Stuart Baroa. The Blue Jays saying that it was right knee soreness that was the cause for Leo's early removal. 2 down, 3-0 Cubs, top of the 6th. The pitch to Will Wagner. outside ball 1.
And we were talking about the fact that we didn't see anything out of the ordinary from Leo, so I'm wondering when it actually happened. Of course, we'll hear more from John Schneider after the game.
1-0 pitch. A little bit inside, 2-0. Wagner 0 for 1 today with a walk, his first major league walk. 2-0. Called strike. But no hits yet so far in this one. He's had multiple hits in each of his first 3 games as a Blue Jay. Right on left matchup. Merriweather's set, reaches back and fires. Swing and a miss at 97, 2-2.
Still waiting on that first home run, but it looks like Will Wagner's working on it with that swing.
Two pitch. Swing and a line drive left field. There is Will Wagner's hit for today. He's aboard for the second time. Single for Wagner keeps the inning going with 2 outs.
And it's just incredible how he uses the whole field. We talked about his minor league numbers. 327 last year, 315 this year. And that was a good fastball down and away from Merriweather, 97 miles an hour. And Will Wagner just sticks the bat out, gets the barrel to it, and hits a line drive to left field.
Now the pitch to Davis Schneider, strike 1.
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
It is incredibly impressive. It's his 8th hit as a Blue Jay in just his 4th game. Only 3 other guys have ever done that in Blue Jays history. 0-1. Swinging a foul back 0-2. One of them is the guy at the plate right now. Davis Schneider had 9 hits in his first 4 games as a Blue Jay. Bassitt had 8 and Rowdy Tellez had 8. But with each game and the hits racking up, he joins smaller and smaller circles of Blue Jays players to start their career. 0-2. Upstairs, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, I think the most important thing when thinking of Will Wagner, when thinking of Spencer Horwitz, is the track record. They've done it before. This spurt of 8 hits in their, well, maybe that's a little bit absurd, but they've proven that they're high average guys.
1-2. Schneider takes upstairs, 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Wagner on first and a 3-0 Cubs lead. And in the cases of both of those guys, like you mentioned with Wagner, they've proven it more than 1 year, but a couple years at AAA. Merriweather's pitch. Schneider swings and misses at a slider down and away. Strike 3. That will end the top of the 6th inning. 2-out hit by Will Wagner. That's all, and it's still 3-0 Cubs, middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, Kelly. I love your Kelly Clarkson Connection channel.
All right. Thank you so much for listening.
The mix is eclectic.
I love music, and I just want to celebrate all of it with you.
It's my favorite now.
Is it worth it? Let me work it.
It is perfect.
This is my heartbeat. The Kelly Clarkson Connection, y'all.
I freaking love your channel.
Cheers, Insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Toronto Blue Jays matchup against the Chicago Cubs. It's a little bit of interleague action. Both teams struggling this season, trying to make their way to the 500 mark and possibly a playoff push for the Cubs, but probably not for our Jays. Appreciate you being here. Smash that like button down below. Please take a minute, make sure that like button is hit so that we can get more Blue Jays fans and Cubs fans here in the chat with us, hanging out, tearing it up. Now let's go Blue Jays. Let's have some fun today, and don't forget about our SickKids Summer Rally that we're running right now. Check that link in the description, and we'll see you guys in the chat. Any little bit helps. Go Jays, go.
It's MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Bottom of the 6th inning at Wrigley Field, the Blue Jays trailing the Cubs 3-0. Zach Pop into the game for Toronto. The day is over for Chris Bassitt after 5 innings of work. Blue Jays go to the right-hander to face the middle of the Cubs order, starting with Cody Bellinger. Pop making his 44th appearance of the season and earned run average just above 6 in 36 innings. Right on left, he deals to Bellinger. Up and away, ball 1. For Pop, this is the second time in his career he pitches at Wrigley Field. As a rookie with the Marlins, he was here in 2021. 1-0. Foul tipped into the glove of Kirk, 1-1. Actually had one of his best outings here at Wrigley Field. He pitched 2 1/3 innings of scoreless, hitless ball against the Cubs that day as a rookie.
Yeah, and he was good that year. He was really, I think he was a different pitcher when he was with the Marlins than he is now. With the lack of success, especially this year, I think he's really overthinking things.
1-1. Fouled off the glove of Kirk, 1-2.
And I've mentioned this pretty often this season, and I hate to beat a dead horse, but when things start to go wrong for him, I think it starts to snowball and he starts to overthink and he starts to speed up, and that's when he really, really gets into trouble. And that's why the ERA is at 6.25.
1-2. Bellinger pokes it away foul, but you could see the movement there from Pop. Had Bellinger leaning way over the plate and reaching for a pitch that was well off the plate outside.
Yeah, if he can just pound the strike zone down, stay on top of that fastball, I think he'll be fine, but he just struggles a lot. Arm side high, he leaves that ball. It's almost like that arm is late.
1-2 pitch is a slider hit well right field. Baroa started back, now moving in, fighting the sun, goes to a knee and makes the catch. 1 out.
Wow, that sun is right in his face. You can see the shadow, and he was fighting it the whole way. Normally you'll see a right fielder or a fielder in general shade their eye with their bare hand, but he didn't do anything, just fighting that sun, sunglasses on. Makes a tough catch out there in right field.
Big first out to get Bellinger. Here's Isaac Paredes. Former Tiger and Ray. Pitch from Pop. In there, strike 1. Speaking of, let's go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill Out of Town scoreboard. Pretty cool play in the Rays game. Rays leading the Diamondbacks 4-0. And they scored an interesting run early on in the first. The 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Rays had runners on first and third with 2 outs. It was Junior Caminero, the big prospect, on first. Josh Lowe on third. Caminero broke for second. They threw down, and Lowe stole home to get the second run for the Rays, and now a 4-0 game. 1-1. Called strike 1-2. Out of Town Scores, as always, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 3-0 Cubs, bottom of the 6th. Paredes looking at his bright red bat, now taps the plate and looks out toward the pitcher, Zach Pop. One, 2. Called strike 3. Sinker on the outside edge. He sits down Paredes for the second out of the 6th.
And I think that at bat right there is just a glimpse of what Zach Pop can do. That last fastball, 96. Started off the plate and then faded back over the outside part of the plate. If he can just stay on top of that baseball, I know I've said that a lot, but that's the biggest thing with Zach Pop. He will be a very good late inning reliever.
His pitch to Nico Horner is hit on the ground foul, 0-1. So you like more when he's on top and the pitch is going down than when it's left to right?
Well, the horizontal movement is a lot easier to hit. You have to have the vertical drop. That's when you get the like the Clay Holmes. He's compared to Clay Holmes a lot, but their fastballs are very different. When Zach Pop gets on the side of the baseball,
throws the slider, and it's hit off the end of the bat to shallow right. Will Wagner, the second baseman, going out, and Guerrero snatches it from just over top of Wagner to make the play. Not really a collision, but just a minor bumping into between them, but they're both all right. And the play is made to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Zach Pop in the bottom of the 6th. We go to the 7th, 3-0 Cubs. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, Blue Jays fans, are you ready to hit a home run with your next roof? Introducing GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, designed to keep your roof looking and feeling like a winner, rain or shine. GAF is proud to be the official shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Visit homedepot.ca and search GAF to learn more about how GAF Timberline HDZ roofing shingles can elevate your home to the next level. GAF, we protect what matters most.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100%.
Cheers, Insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Blue Jays game. Just a reminder, tomorrow, Saturday evening, we've got the Bills going up against the Pittsburgh Steelers. A little bit of primetime action since week 1 of the preseason when the Bills got smacked by the Chicago Bears. That was a day game. We've got a night game coming up on Saturday. I hope you will join us. Please make sure that bell is turned on so you see when we go live for any of our Toronto sports action or Buffalo Bills action. Anyways, Bills got to turn it around. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Hope you'll join us. See you then.
You're the relish ringleader or 7th inning snacker, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. Don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. How about 99 right down the middle, beats Manzardo.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Seventh inning at Wrigley Field. The Cubs leading the Blue Jays 3-0. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for tuning in today. New pitcher for the Cubs. Again, it's their 4th reliever. The lefty Drew Smiley is going to pitch for his 2nd straight day. He had a scoreless inning in yesterday's game, striking out the side. Lefty starts off against Stuart Baroa, the switch hitter. Sunglasses on, the pitch to Baroa. Fastball for strike 1.
Yeah, Smiley's seen some pretty good success as a reliever. 179 games started in his career, 36 games this season, 0 games started, and an ERA of just 2.77.
He hits the zone again with a fastball to make it 0-2. Long-time starter, like you mentioned. And the Cubs have him on a 2-year deal. This is the last year of it. They signed him as a starter, so, I think ideally they wanted to have him as a starter, but he's found a way to still provide a lot of value to the team. 0-2 in the dirt. Smiley's pitched with the Tigers, with the Rays. He was with the Cubs previously. Rangers, Phillies, Giants, won the World Series with the Braves.
He's been around, 35 years old.
1-2. Outside, 2-2. We were talking about Rich Hill earlier. I mean, he's not Rich Hill, but he's in the range.
He made his debut on April 12th, 2012.
2-2 pitch ripped into left field, and that'll be a base hit for Stuart Baroa to start the 7th.
Pretty good piece of hitting right there from Stuart Baroa. Ripped that thing on a line through the hole on the left side. Just a fastball right down the middle. Nothing special about that. Good swing right there from Baroa.
Blue Jays still in the ball game. It's only 3-0. Quick peek at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Cade Povich and Brian Bayo face off. Orioles and Red Sox tonight at Camden Yards at 7 o'clock. First pitch to Addison Barger from Smiley is lifted to shallow left. Happ, a multiple-time Gold Glover, racing in, makes the catch. 1 out. And the main reason you feel the Blue Jays aren't out of it, maybe because what they did yesterday. They came back from down 3 in the 9th inning, down 3 here in the 7th. And George Springer hit the triple that tied the game. He's up now with a runner on first and 1 out.
And keep in mind, Stuart Baroa does have 5 stolen bases.
Smiley looking at him, will throw over to first, and Burrow back in standing.
It's almost like Smiley heard me.
30 stolen bases at AAA for Burrow this year. Smiley's pitch. Down and in, ball one.
And Burrow actually has the rare double oven mitt.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a name for that, by the way? What is that?
I think sliding mitt might be the most official name, but I think the oven mitt works. 1-0. Swing and a foul back, 1-1. Whether he's stealing or not, he has taken a lot of attention from Drew Smiley right now.
Yeah, which is half the battle too, right? You give Burrow attention, and you're not really concentrating on the pitch, and then you leave one over the middle, and hopefully George Springer hits one in a gap.
A miss low. It's 2-1. Springer 0 for 3 today, reached on an error and then a pair of flyouts. Smiley looking at first, kicks, delivers, and misses downstairs again. 3-1. $17 walks this season for Smiley in 49 innings. 3-1 pitch. Hit on the ground. Fair ball past the third base bag, banging off the retaining wall into left field. Happ gets it back in quickly to second, and that'll limit Springer to a single. But Burrow made the turn all the way to third, and the Blue Jays have runners on the corners with one out.
Yeah, now you have to score that guy from third. I would actually enjoy if George Springer tried to swipe that bag, maybe get two guys in scoring position, steal a couple runs here in the 7th inning, and then get back in this ball game.
It is definitely a possibility, and Springer is sitting on a potential milestone. The next base he steals will be his 100th career. He's a perfect 13 for 13 this year. Dalton Varsho is the batter for the Blue Jays. 2 on, 1 out, 3-0 Chicago over Toronto. Smiley leans in, now sets at the belt. Left on left the pitch. Varsho shows bunt and bunts it near second base. Smiley racing after it. The underhand flip, not in time. Run comes in to score. Varsho safe at first. Springer safe at second. It's an RBI bunt single, and the Blue Jays are on the board.
Well, we saw that from Pete Crow Armstrong earlier in the ballgame, and I said Dalton Varsho used to do that. We haven't seen that much from him this season, and he does it to perfection. Right there, an RBI, a single, and the Blue Jays have runners at first and second, and still just one out.
There's just nothing the Cubs could do about that. Into the Bermuda Triangle in between Smiley, Bush at first, and Horner at second.
I wonder if Dalton Varsho saw Crow Armstrong do that and thought to himself, I got to do that again, man.
What he did just do is knock Drew Smiley out of this game with only 1 out in the 7th. Porter Hodge about to come on for the Cubs. And with that, let's go back to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben and Chris. Let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. First, because I do so love to bet on the ponies from time to time. The 165th running of the King's Plate was scheduled for today, but lots of rain in the GTA today. They did get a few races in on the card before they were rained out, but now officially canceled at Woodbine Racetrack due to what they are calling unsafe track conditions for the horses. So no word on what the race will get going today, or going again on another day, but still no King's Plate today at Woodbine. The NFL preseason underway, the regular season drawing ever closer. The Brandon Ayuk saga continuing as well. We know the 49ers wide receiver has asked for a long-term contract or a trade. The latest news from a variety of NFL insiders are that the Steelers and 49ers have agreed upon parameters that would, in theory, send Ayuk to Pittsburgh, but the wideout also has a long-term contract offer from the 49ers on the table as well. So a few paths forward for Ayuk if he so desires, though he has not yet accepted a new deal or has been traded, as far as we know. We do a deal in Cincinnati to report. Kicker Evan McPherson signing a 3-year contract extension worth $16.5 million over those 3 years. He has just one miss inside 40 yards since getting drafted in 2021 and has never missed a kick in the playoffs for Joe Burrow and company. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Porter Hodge on the mound for the Cubs. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. The Blue Jays on the board after an RBI bunt single by Dalton Varsho, and Porter Hodge enters in a jam. Varsho on first, Springer on second. It's 3-1 Cubs, 1 out in the top of the 7th, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is at the plate. Guerrero 1 for 2 with a walk and a double. The first pitch. Way down low, runners take off. The throw down to third, they got George Springer. Springer thinks that he's safe and is looking back to the dugout. It appeared that the ball beat him, but perhaps Springer got around the tag. Call on the field is out. John Schneider looking back to Gil Kim on the phone right now. And we're getting another look at this right now. And I think he got him, and John Schneider thinks the same. George Springer caught stealing there. So Varsho up to second, but now 2 outs.
Yeah, the only reason I don't love that play, and I love aggressive baseball, but I don't love it there because Vlad is at the plate. He's your best hitter by a mile.
1-0 pitch hit in the air center field. Crow Armstrong back, makes the catch, ends the inning. The Blue Jays get 1 on 3 hits. They leave 1 on, and that will do it for the top of the 7th. 7th inning stretch at Wrigley Field is next. 3-1 Cubs. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first.
What's up, baseball fans? Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Toronto Blue Jays trip to the Windy City and Wrigley Field to take on the Cubs. Have you hit that subscribe button yet? Are you an insider? 34,294 are. We appreciate every single one of you here in making this the best Toronto sports community on the internet. Please make sure you are subscribed and turn that bell on so you don't miss it when we go live for any Toronto sports action. Every Blue Jays game the rest of the way, the Toronto Argos matchups, the Buffalo Bills preseason, regular season, and the playoffs. And oh yeah, it's hockey season. Go Leafs, go baby. Hockey season coming up, and the Raptors in the fall. See you guys back in the chat. Thanks for being an insider. Go Blue Jays, go.
K's today for Kevin Gausman in 7 scoreless innings.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 7th inning at Wrigley Field, and this one's a little bit closer. The Blue Jays with a run in the top of the 7th have made it 3-1 for the Cubs. And Toronto calling on another relief pitcher, lefty Ryan Yarbrough, into the game to face the bottom of the order for the Cubs, starting with Dansby Swanson. Lefty's pitch. Strike 1. Now time called. I believe there's something on the field that they're getting rid of right now. A baseball came back down on the field in right field. Baroa tosses it up to the fans. And we'll get underway again. Swanson stepping back in, 2 for 2 today. A double in the 2nd and a single in the 5th. 0-1. Hit foul right side, 0-2.
I was just thinking, as long as that tarp's not being rolled out on the field, I don't really care what kind of delay it is.
If you weren't with us earlier, this game was delayed not once, but twice. And the 2 delays were separated by maybe 10 or 15 minutes. 0-2. Upstairs, ball 1. There was a delay in the top of the second after one out was recorded by Justin Steele. They came back. Steele got 2 batters in the top of the second to end it. Bassitt gets 1 in the bottom of the second, and then they delayed again for rain. 1-2 pitch. Hit foul off to the right once more.
Pretty crazy. Like I said earlier, I have never seen that. And I'm sure a lot of the guys standing on the field, a lot of the guys in the locker room, they probably haven't seen it either. Really frustrating, especially for Chris Bassitt.
One-two pitch is popped up back of second. Guerrero back into right field. So is Wagner. It's Vladdy's ball. He makes the catch. 1 out.
And again, that's some tough sun. Vladdy was looking directly at the sun. You could see the shadow was behind him. Didn't really have too tough of a time, but makes a nice play. Big smile on his face.
There have been a couple plays out there. Wagner and Guerrero bumped into each other last inning. Baroa went down to a knee last inning as well to make a catch in right field. Pete Crow Armstrong is up. The pitch. Strike 1. PCA, a rookie for the Cubs. We mentioned the tough matchup for a rookie with Bassitt earlier. This can't be comfortable with the lefty coming from the side and Ryan Yarbrough. Left on left, the pitch is way outside, 1-1.
Let's see if he can one-up Dalton Varsho.
Crow Armstrong bunted for a single in the 5th. Varsho responded with a bunt RBI single in the 7th to one-up him. 1-1. Down and in, 2-1. Yarbrough sets. A breath, and now he delivers. Hit in the air, left side foul. Giving it a look over there, Schneider. And Barger and Clement come as well, but that gets into the seats, 2-2.
You were talking about Rich Hill earlier. Do you know if he's going to start or relieve?
I didn't see that. He's mostly been a starter for his career. He doesn't have typical relief stuff. 2-2. Outside ball 3.
Well, neither does Ryan Yarbrough either.
That is true. Yarbrough waves off a pitch now, nods. The 3-2. Outside ball 4. It's a walk for Pete Crow Armstrong. So a runner on here, Miguel Amaya, the catcher, coming up. Take a look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard in a sec. First, the pitch to Amaya. Huge movement on that curveball for strike 1.
69 miles an hour. Incredibly slow breaking ball right down the middle.
Throw over to first, and Crow Armstrong back in there safely. The out-of-town scoreboard, 2 finals today. Detroit beats the Yankees 4-0, and the Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Seattle Mariners 7-2. 0-1 pitch. Pete Crow Armstrong taken off, and Yarbrough fumbles the comebacker to the mound and throws it away to first. Amaya is safe, and Crow Armstrong advances to third. A lot going on there. Pete Crow Armstrong took off on the pitch. It was bounced back to the mound. Kirk was trying to point to first, saying to Yarbrough, go to first. It looked like Yarbrough was fielding it, thinking about second base. He missed it. When he picked it up, he rushed the throw. And that'll go down as an error on the pitcher.
Yeah, I think that was the thing that made him bobble it to begin with. He thought second before securing that baseball, and when you take your eyes off the baseball, even for a split second, you risk missing the baseball altogether. And then he just makes a wild throw to first base. Runners on first and third with just 1 out in this inning for the Cubs.
And the top of the order is up. Switch hitter Ian Happ turns around right. And the pitch. Happ shows bunt and bunts through it, and now a snap throw to third, and they have Pete Crow Armstrong hung up in a rundown. Kirk has it, flips to Clement, and they tag Crow Armstrong for the out. I don't think that was a full suicide squeeze, but an aggressive secondary for a safety squeeze. And the rookie Pete Crow Armstrong hung up there. That's a huge play. Miguel Amaya did advance to second in the rundown, but now 2 outs.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think that was a regular squeeze. That was just a safety squeeze, but Pete Crow Armstrong with a huge secondary, and then Alejandro Kirk with the heads-up throw to third base to get him. It's a big out for the Blue Jays.
Runner on second, 2 outs now. And Yarbrough's 0-1 to half. Up high, 1-1. Well, we've seen a lot of bunting today. You don't often see this much bunting in Major League Baseball these days.
I like it. You know I like small ball.
Yeah. And a lot of plays on the base paths. A lot of outs on the base paths today. 1-1 is bounced foul, third base side, 1-2.
Well, Kirk has thrown out 2 guys.
Kirk has thrown out Crow Armstrong, and he tossed out Seiya Suzuki, stealing in the first. George Springer was thrown out by Miguel Amaya in the 7th. Successful bunts from Dalton Varsho and Pete Crow Armstrong, and an unsuccessful bunt from Miguel Amaya in the 5th, where the Blue Jays got the lead runner. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Scoreless inning by Ryan Yarbrough, and Alejandro Kirk with a big part to play as his snap throw to third got Pete Crow Armstrong to really get Yarbrough out of that jam. Still 3-1 as we go to the 8th inning in favor of the Cubs. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This is John Paul Morosi. Coming up on the next episode of the SiriusXM podcast, The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Fergie Jenkins.
First individual I phoned was my dad, and I told him I just got voted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. He was kind of crying. I said, Dad, you and I are now in the Hall of Fame together. And he was pretty happy with that.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio.
What's up, Blue Jays fans? All right. Come on, Blue Jays. Let's go, Alejandro Kirk, Ernie Clement, and Will Wagner. Let's get it done here. 1, 2, 3. Let's score some runs and get back in the game. We did it yesterday. Let's do it again. Cheers to the chat. Oh, my God. We're getting crazy upstairs. Getting ready for a cheer event tonight. Stefan, hope you had a good golf day today, brother. Lisa, thank you, thank you. Chris, cheers. The chat room's heating up, Chris. It's heating up, man. All right, we got PLW. Hope you're having a great day, enjoying your betting and your drinking your beer with your horse betting. All right. With that being said, Chris Johnson as well in the chat. Thanks for coming by, and let's get back to the baseball. Let's do this, Blue Jays. Now or never. Let's at least squeak out a W so we can go for a rubber match tomorrow. I can't be going on David Kaplan's YouTube show after a Blue Jays getting swept by the Cubs. It's not gonna be pretty, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we'll talk to you guys soon. Cheers.
To draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
3-1 Cubs lead, top of the 8th inning at Wrigley Field. Thanks so much for sticking around with us today on this Saturday, almost evening now. A couple delays for this afternoon start. Porter Hodge still on the mound, a 1-0 count, and he misses down low to Alejandro Kirk. 2 balls and no strikes. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Blue Jays still in this one. I've been trailing close the whole way. 2-0 pitch, down low, 3-0. Cubs scored with their first swing of the game. Ian Happ hit the first pitch he saw in the first inning out of the yard. Cubs have led ever since. 3-0. Up and in, ball 4, and Hodge in his second inning of work issues a leadoff walk.
Great way to start this top of the 8th inning. The Blue Jays are down by 2 runs. They need every base runner they can get. And Alejandro Kirk just takes an easy walk there. Do you think they try to pinch run in this situation?
I was wondering about that. It is an important run, and they will.
Do, yeah.
They're going to avoid making multiple substitutions by pinch running Brian Servant for Alejandro Kirk. If you were to run a guy like Joey Loperfido on the bench, then you'd have to bring Servant in and burn Loperfido for later. So tying run at the plate is Ernie Clement. The pitch from Hodge. At the knees, strike one. So Kirk finishes his day 0 for 2, but with a pair of walks and a pair of caught stealings. Got a guy last inning, Pete Crow Armstrong, in between third and home. 0-1 is popped up by Clement. Right side of the infield. Bush creeping forward into foul territory. The first baseman makes the catch. 1 out. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, still 2 games in action. 4-0 Rays over D-backs, top of the 5th, and 4-0 Mets over Marlins, top of the 5th. Our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Will Wagner up, and the first pitch is called strike one. Wagner is 8 for 9 now in the majors against right-handed pitching. Had a single last time up. Swings at the 0-1 and pops it up third base side into the seats. 0-2.
And like I said in his last at-bat, still looking for that first home run. No better time than right now. Although he's not really a power threat.
More of an average guy than a power threat for sure. Next pitch is fouled back, fights off 97 to stay alive. In AAA in 65 games this year, Wagner with 7 home runs. In 2023, he had 7 home runs, although didn't play the full season. In 22, he had 10 home runs. 0-2 pitch hit on the ground, foul.
So he can definitely run into one. Is it likely? Probably not. But can he? Definitely.
And we've seen at times, as crazy as this seems, that it might be easier to hit homers in the majors than in the minors. Spencer Horwitz has 6 homers in 58 games in the majors, had 4 in 57 this year in the minors. 0-2 count. The pitch from Hodge is lined foul left side.
There are a lot of factors when you talk about that, but I think the biggest factor is just pitchers are around the zone more often.
So you're just getting more chances?
Yeah. And Will Wagner is a guy that'll fight off tough pitches eventually, whether you're in the minor leagues or
0-2 is up high, 1-2.
Or the big leagues. A pitcher is going to make a mistake the more pitches he throws. That's just the way it is.
Runner on first, Brian Serven with 1 out, the 1-2. Check swing on a pitch low, appeal to third. He did go around, says Sean Barber, and that's a strikeout for the second out of this 8th.
Well, I'd love to see a side view of that one. I don't think he went around.
Taking a look now, it's kind of 50-50.
That was close. Sean Barber definitely could have said safe on that call, but I don't know.
We were just talking about Spencer Horwitz hitting more home runs in the majors than the minors. Spencer Horwitz will pinch hit now in the spot of Davis Schneider. Horwitz representing the tying run. It's 3-1 Cubs. 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. A runner on first. Hodge got a visit from Tommy Hotovy, the pitching coach, going over the matchup right now.
It's a big situation for Spencer. He's been scuffling just a little bit recently. I'm Spencer Horwitz. I'm not trying to put too much pressure on myself. I'm not trying to hit a home run here. Just put something in a gap.
First pitch is spiked, and it just got by Amaya, but only by a few feet. So Serven stays at first, 1-0. Oh, and that one actually got the ankle of the home plate umpire, Ryan Blackney. It does have the shin guard there, but that didn't look very comfortable. Here's the 1-0. Low again. 2 balls, no strikes.
It's actually a break for the Cubs. Blue Jays could have had Brian Serven at second base. Instead, he's still at first base.
Umpire is in play, though. Now the 2-0. Called strike at the top of the zone. Horwitz saw Hodge yesterday. He struck him out on an 0-2 fastball. Here's the 2-1. Bounced it. Again, yanked it down to the glove side, but this time Amaya got in front of it, 3-1.
I can't get used to these colorful bats. They all look like fungos to me.
Well, you know I can't do a good job of it. So what colors are the bat of Spencer Horwitz?
The handle is lime green. The barrel is probably a forest green.
3-1. High ball 4. Horwitz will take a walk, and the Blue Jays have the tying run on base.
Doesn't matter. He could have had a tennis racket up. It didn't swing the bat, didn't make contact with the baseball. Now the Blue Jays have runners on first and second and 2 outs in this inning.
Stuart Burrow is going to get rid of the sunglasses. It's shady once again in Chicago. And Baroa up at the plate, 1 for 3 today. He's put a couple good swings together. Lined a ball to left field for a hit last time up, and with the bases loaded in the 4th, he hit a ball to the track. Another pinch runner for the Blue Jays, by the way. Horwitz is out of the game. Joey Loperfido will run in his place, representing the tying run. So that is the Blue Jays bench emptied. Baroa was the first one off the bench in the 2nd. Servin pinch running for Kirk is on 2nd, and Loperfido pinch running for the pinch hitter Horwitz on 1st. Hodge looks back, delivers to Baroa, who swings and misses at a breaking ball. Strike 1. (3-1) Cubs. 1st and 2nd, 2 outs, top of the 8th inning. Right on left, the pitch. On the inside edge, strike 2.
I think Stewart was expecting something hard there. That sweeper was right down the middle, and it kind of buckled Baroa's legs or his knees there. Now he's behind in the count, 0-2.
Asked for time, took a second to think while Wrigley Field gets loud. Tying run on first for the Blue Jays. The 0-2. Fastball throws him, strike 3 looking. Hodge walks a pair but gets out of trouble. And at the middle of the 8th inning, it's still 3-1 Cubs. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. I am by your side. Got a heart so big. On this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bo Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership with the Sportsnet Radio Network. Bottom of the 8th inning, Blue Jays trailing the Cubs 3-1. A defensive change for Toronto after a couple defensive changes after some pinch hitting and pinch running. Joey Loperfido's in left. Davis Schneider no longer in the game. Ryan Servin is catching. Alejandro Kirk is out of the game. But it's the same pitcher, Ryan Yarbrough, in relief work. Has his 2nd inning ahead of him. He deals to Michael Busch and misses high, 1-0. 2-run fifth for the Cubs is the difference in this game, and Bush delivered the 2-run triple with 2 outs. Here's the 1-0. Outside. And he is looking like an absolute steal from the Dodgers right now. He played with the Dodgers for about 30 games last year. And then the Cubs traded a pair of high A players over to the Dodgers for Bush and reliever Yency Almonte. 2-0. Called strike.
Well, that's not going to go down as their worst trade ever. You ever heard of a guy named Yordan Alvarez?
I have. But it hasn't been a great one.
Yeah.
2-1. Called a ball. Clearly caught the plate. It's 3-1. Yeah, Yordan's a tough one. I'll give them the break that was 2 weeks after they signed him, essentially, which might be better, might be worse. Bush was in the major leagues. 3-1 pitch cut on and missed 3-2. But in recent years, when they brought Freddie Freeman in and Bush playing first base for the Cubs, and then they signed Shohei Ohtani and he's DHing all the time, they just kind of ran out of room to play Michael Bush.
I mean, Michael Bush wasn't doing well when he was in the big leagues with the Dodgers. Obviously, still a heck of a player.
3-2. Broken bat roller to second, picked up by Will Wagner. Throw to first, 1 out.
Bush was hitting just 167, a couple home runs, and 72 at-bats. But like you said, I mean, he's still a good player, still has the skills, still the potential. But he's really coming into his own in Chicago.
He was the Pacific Coast League MVP last year at AAA. And is pushing 50 RBIs in his rookie season and maybe in the race for the Gold Glove at first. Seiya Suzuki up now for the Cubs. And the first pitch is called strike 1. Name of the game for the Blue Jays is keep it here at 3-1 Cubs. Bases empty, bottom of the 8th, 1 out. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss as Yarbrough gets him out in front on a changeup.
I wonder if we'll see Hector Neris again.
That is interesting. He threw 30 pitches yesterday while blowing the save, giving up 3 in the 9th to the Blue Jays. 0-2. High, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
His ERA is almost 4 now at 3.98.
And he was on a roll going into that game.
Mm-hmm.
1-2. Lifted into foul territory right side and into the seats. Well, it's been a busy couple of days for the Cubs pen. And they have Jorge Lopez up, who closed for half of 2022 for the Orioles. And it looks like he would be the closer today. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Went back to the changeup, and he gets Suzuki for the second out.
Well, Jorge Lopez has been nasty for the Cubs. Just 1 run in 20 2/3 innings. I'd almost rather face Hector Neris than Jorge Lopez.
Well, there are just not that many options right now for Craig Counsell anyway. It's only Neris, Lopez, and Ethan Roberts who haven't thrown today. And even a lot of the guys that threw today also threw yesterday. Pitch to Cody Bellinger. Called high, ball 1. Yarbrough approaching 30 pitches himself. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. 3-1 Cubs, bases empty. 1-0. Lifted to left field. Going back low, Perfido just got out there as a defensive sub after pinch running, and he makes the catch to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Yarbrough, and we go to the 9th. Blue Jays need another 9th inning comeback, 2 to tie. It's 3-1 Cubs. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rush Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Get your news and politics all in one place on SiriusXM. On Fox News Channel, CNN, and MSNBC.
Your top stories are just seconds away.
Exclusive political channels and hosts with Megyn Kelly on Triumph.
Ooh, what a week it's been.
And on Patriot, Progress, and POTUS.
This issue being as hot as it is on the minds of so many voters.
Call in and have your voice heard.
You are the only media source that I ever recommend.
SiriusXM News and Politics, starting at Channel 111 and on the SiriusXM app.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something.
Cheers, Insiders. I just wanted to take a second to say thank you so much for hanging out with us all the time for these Blue Jays games and helping us continue to grow this amazing Toronto sports community. We are doing big things with our SickKids hospital donation. A portion of our revenue from every single game goes to SickKids in donation. As well, we are up to $200, so thank you for the help so far. We are at a goal of 1,000. We've got some work to do. Please, anything that you can is a huge help to these kids at SickKids Hospital. They've touched my life, and I'm sure they've touched a lot of your lives as well. So please, go SickKids, go. Click that link, and we'll see you back in the chat. Thank you. Let's make a real world difference together. Cheers, everybody.
PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Now needs to curve, and it did! He buried it! And it's gone!
Jays fans, this is John Schneider, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
There's the exclamation point for all assembled here at Rogers Center.
Net Radio Network.
Ninth inning at Wrigley Field. Cubs 3, Blue Jays 1. Jorge Lopez on for the Cubs, looking for the save. Thanks for sticking around through 2 rain delays. The Blue Jays trying to make this long one count. They'll need 2 to tie it here in the 9th. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, and after the tough day and a lot of pitches used by Hector Neris yesterday, Jorge Lopez, who has closed at times in his career, will get an opportunity to pick up his first save as a Cub in this ballgame.
Yeah, he's been very good since coming over from the Mets. 20 2/3 innings pitched for the Chicago Cubs, and he's given up just 1 earned run.
9-1-2 on his plate. Addison Barger, George Springer, and Dalton Varsho in the 9th. Lopez, the righty, set at the belt. And the pitch. Swing and a broken bat, roller, foul, and that bat just exploded. Barger is holding half of the handle, and the rest of the bat is over near Nico Horner at second.
Yeah, that became a weapon. As soon as Barger made contact with that baseball, that barrel went flying into the infield. Nowhere near anybody, but that thing is a dangerous weapon.
Lopez sawed him off with the fastball. He's mid-90s with the heater. So a new piece of lumber for Barger, taking a swing.
Hate to say this, but a lot of people are putting on ponchos right now.
They are. There was a meeting with the grounds crew and the umpires, but with such little baseball potentially left to play, they are playing on. Right on left, the 0-1. Barger takes high and away. Jorge Lopez's best season was when he was a closer for the Orioles in 22. First half of the year was an all-star, traded at the deadline to Minnesota. 1-1. Swing and a fly ball. Center field. Pete Crow Armstrong back at the wall, looking up. See you later. Leadoff home run in the 9th for Addison Barger, and the Cubs lead is cut to 1. It's 3-2.
Well, that was a fastball right down the middle, and Addison Barger didn't miss it. Went down and got that thing and drilled it over that wall in center field. What a nice swing from Addison Barger.
Lopez, like you said, had allowed 1 run in over 20 innings as a Cub coming into this one. His run total just doubled, and the Blue Jays now need 1 more big swing. George Springer up the pitch. Inside, ball 1. Let's go Blue Jays being chanted at Wrigley Field. Springer 1 for 4 with a single. Here's the 1-0. At the knees, strike 1. One of the biggest things that Barger homer does, it guarantees Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will hit in this inning. Loud Let's Go Blue Jays chants. The 1-1 pitch is bounced foul, 1-2.
George Springer did it last night. Let's see if he can do it again.
A 2-run triple tied it up in the 9th, and he was a couple feet from homering. 14 long balls on the season. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the slider, and that's the first out of the top of the ninth.
Well, there's no wonder why Jorge Lopez has only given up 2 runs in his last 21 innings. That upper 90s sinker and then that good slider that he throws right there to George Springer. George Springer way out in front of that thing. That's some nasty stuff from Jorge Lopez.
Lopez dealing with the elements, though, as the rain is coming down harder at Wrigley Field. The pitch to Dalton Varsho. Slider for strike 1. Two for 4 day for Varsho. 3-2 Cubs, 1 out, top of the ninth. The right on left pitch. Fouled off the ankle of Varsho. It's 0-2. Fans are starting to move out of their seats with the rain intensifying. Varsho still battling with Lopez. The 0-2. Outside, ball 1.
You can see Jorge Lopez actually squinting his eyes. That rain is really starting to come down at Wrigley.
Is that going to impact your fastball more, your breaking ball more? Does it not really matter between them?
I think it impacts the hitter more than the pitcher.
1-2 slider called strike 3. Varsho can't believe it, but that was a great pitch on the outside corner. And the Blue Jays are down to their final chance. It rests on Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Well, I like this matchup here. Power versus power. Jorge Lopez with the upper 90s fastball. And Vlad, of course, 25 home runs this season.
Rain coming down. 3-2 Cubs, top of the ninth, 2 outs. And Lopez is asking for time, and the catcher Amaya will go out there. Lopez himself can't step off without a violation, but Amaya can go out there and stop the clock. Now Lopez listening to his pitch comm. Wouldn't be shocked if the rain is causing some issues with the technology right now. You can see the beads of rain falling off the helmet of Guerrero. A double and a walk today for Vlad, who steps back in. 3-2 Cubs, 2 outs, bases empty, top of the ninth, and the fans on their feet. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Out in front on the slider that Lopez has used to strike out the last 2 batters. Oh, 1. Swing and a miss at another slider. It's 0-2. Guerrero takes a walk and asks for time. Vlad back in, taps the plate. Bat above his right shoulder, looking out at Lopez. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, ball game. Lopez bounces back from the Barger homer to strike out 3 in a row, earn his 30th career save, and send the Cubs to a victory. 3-2. Chicago wins it.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night. 3 perfect sliders from Jorge Lopez to get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and end this ball game. The Blue Jays go down 3-2, but not without a fight. This was an interesting ball game. A couple rain delays, rain in this 9th inning. But the Blue Jays had their chances, and they just didn't come through.
Toronto leaves a good handful of runners on base in this game, 10 in total, and they fall 3-2 and drop the series to the Cubs. We will take a quick break, come back and send you over to Blue Jays Talk with Show Ali and Daniele Franceschi in just a moment. Stick around. 3-2, the Cubs win. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? It's Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday, so many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation.
Behold, the mightiest assembly ever witnessed. We are all gathered in the darkness. Together we can be the light. I call upon every crew. We need you all to join our fight for a new SickKids, and we need you now. Who's with us? Who is with us?
Are you with us, insiders? Let's go. You heard the man. Let's donate some money to SickKids. Anything that you can is a huge help. Cheers, insiders. Let's change the world.
The choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men in a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care. I give you the world, but there's other planets too.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Está escuchando a Toronto Blue Jays Baseball en la radio de Sportsnet.
The Blue Jays fall 3-2 to the Cubs today and lose this series, dropping each of the first two at Wrigley Field. An odd day for sure, with a couple rain delays and some rain being played through at the end of it. But all in all, the Blue Jays just didn't have enough to come back against Chicago. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks for sticking around. Blue Jays talk coming up in just a sec. But Chris, I mean, this is a day like no other, I think, that we've had this season. Two separate rain delays. One starter goes out early, Justin Steele out after 2 innings. One starter sticks through it, but pitches about 70 pitches through 5 innings. It was a unique one, to say the least.
Yeah, and it was actually an entertaining ball game. We got to see Nate Pearson. We got to see Julian Merriweather. Chris Bassitt ended up pitching 5 innings. Not a ton of offense in this game, but a couple bunt base hits. Alejandro Kirk threw out 2 base runners. A lot to digest in this ball game, but ultimately the Blue Jays lose 3-2.
Toronto down right from the start of the game. The first pitch that Bassitt threw in his start was hit out of the yard by Ian Happ, and then the Cubs would add on. You mentioned that bunt by Pete Crow Armstrong in the 5th helped the Cubs to a rally as Michael Busch hit a 2-run triple in the 5th inning with 2 outs. A couple batters after that made it 3-0. But just like yesterday, the Blue Jays kept fighting. They got a run on a Dalton Varsho bunt single in the 7th and a run on the Addison Barger home run in the 9th inning. But probably more of the issues came earlier on. Blue Jays stranded bases loaded, 1 out in the 4th, 1st and 2nd, 1 out in the 1st. They had some opportunities and just didn't really get everything out of them.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing looking back at this ball game to me is when George Springer got thrown out at third base trying to steal third base with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up at the plate. I said during that time that I don't mind aggressive baseball, but there are certain points in a baseball game, especially late in a baseball game, where you shouldn't be aggressive. And when your best hitter is up at the plate with a run already in scoring position, you just kind of stay where you are and you let the situation play out like it would. And ultimately, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. didn't get a base hit, and then George Springer got thrown out at third base.
Blue Jays fall in this one 3-2 to the Cubs. The Cubs take the series, and the Blue Jays now have lost back-to-back games. Toronto ended up with 2 runs today on 7 hits, 2 errors, 10 left. The Cubs 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, 4 left. The win goes to Nate Pearson in relief. He goes to 2-1 in his first performance against the team that drafted him. He gets the win. Bassitt with the loss, 9-12. And Jorge Lopez called on to close. Gave up that home run to Addison Barger to start the inning, but then struck out Springer, Varsho, and Guerrero all on sliders. to end the game. He gets his 3rd save of the year and 30th career. 2 hours and 31 minutes of game time, plus a 55-minute delay in front of 39,000. The Blue Jays dropped the game to go to 57 and 66. The Cubs are now 61 and 63, trying to march back towards 500. Thanks so much for sticking through all of the wacky and wild stuff that went on through the delays and the weather during the game and everything else today. One more game coming up at Wrigley Field. The Blue Jays and the Cubs face off tomorrow at 2:20 again. Shota Imanaga goes up against Bowden Francis. That one should be a lot of fun. Our game coverage will start at 2 with a local pregame show at 1 o'clock as well. Stick around also, because we have coverage coming up. I want to thank you for tuning in again. For our technical director, Andrew Adams, and producer, Nick Blackmore, our host, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Have a great rest of your Saturday, and get your calls and texts in. Blue Jays Talk with Show Ali and Daniele Franceschi starts right now.
Well, Daniele, I'll tell you what, man. After we had 2 rain delays in the same game, and the rain coming down at Wrigley again in the top of the 9th inning with the top of the Blue Jays order up the bat against Jorge Lopez. I think I can genuinely say this more than I have said it at maybe any other point this season. I was on the absolute edge of my seat. I have said this many times. I don't live and die on every single pitch the Blue Jays throw, mainly because we watch so many games and so on. But boy, I was on the absolute edge of my seat in what was ultimately a 3-2 Blue Jays loss to the Cubs. Jays now falling to 5-16 in 1-run games on the road this season. That's from Sportsnet Stats. I'll say this, though. This is like partially in jest, but I do kind of believe this. On the last AB of the game, it's raining at Wrigley Field. Yes. Rain's coming down pretty hard. We don't know what it looks like right now because, the game's over. But I firmly believe it's pouring in Chicago right now, on the north side of Chicago. Vladdy comes up to bat. He was swinging no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, he understood what needed to get done at the end there, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Jorge Lopez, pretty good reliever. I know he gave the home run to Barger, but still pretty good reliever. He was being very careful when he was pitching to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He was throwing a lot of stuff down and away.
Everything was breaking balls.
Yeah, he did not. He was not taking any chances with the Blue Jays' best batter. But I also believe that Vladdy was not being as
selective.
Selective is a good word. As perhaps as conscientious as he usually would be when we see him at an AB.
Yeah, he understood the assignment very, very clearly. And we were all joking about that here at Baseball Control, saying, Vlad, and you just saw the quality of the swings there. It didn't matter where that ball was. Yeah. Unless it just so happened that the ball would have been center cut, middle.
Exactly, yes.
He would have hit it. But apart from that, he was swinging every single time. He knew exactly what he was trying to do in that particular situation, understanding that the weather, the inclement conditions were on their way in to the Chicago area yet again. And certainly I can assure you, Show, nobody, certainly us, we were not going to be tolerating a third weather delay today, especially in the 9th inning. That was not going to happen.
They showed who we assume is the like the groundskeeper or one of the grounds crew, maybe the lead groundskeeper, the head groundsman. But
he's the Grinch.
The Grinch. He had, and I mean, he was dressed pretty normally. He was just like a polo shirt on and some jeans or whatever. But he had like his phone and was kind of pinching and zooming it like you would on a smartphone. And I think he was showing the umpires that there was a big green blob coming in. And I don't know, between Vladdy and the umpire, Jorge Lopez pitched pretty well, but with Varsho up before, Varsho got rung up, but I guarantee you had that pitch been like a foot below the zone, he was getting called for a strike.
100%. Ryan Blakeney, the home plate umpire, did not have a good game to begin with.
He did not.
He was missing some obvious calls, both in terms of, and it worked both ways, frankly. It's not like it was something that was affecting one team more than the other, but the balls and strikes, pretty questionable at times today. He would have rung him up without a shadow of a doubt, even if Jorge Lopez's beautiful-looking slider was 3 feet lower than it ultimately indeed was, touching the edge of the strike zone against Dalton Varsho. I can assure you of that match. He would not have required any further assistance to ring somebody up in that moment in the 9th inning with all this. And look, I can only imagine what it looks like now at Wrigley because it was coming down. It was indeed coming down. And so if this game had progressed another 5-10 minutes, goodness.
We'd be in a delay.
Could you imagine?
For sure.
Just hypothetically, if the Jays would have tied this game, we would have 100% been in another delay.
Yeah, I think because if you're in a one-run game, no matter where you are, even if it's in the ninth inning, and you can certainly call it an official game, which certainly I'm certain the Cubs would have pushed for. But I'm also equally as certain that John Schneider would have been like, no, like we're waiting this out. If we have a chance to win this game, we're waiting it out. I guarantee you that would have happened. So
you don't think John would have just been
no,
like,
I don't. I genuinely believe they would have waited until like the nth hour to call this game, because if it was, if they were losing like 6-0 or whatever in the ninth inning, yeah, for sure. There's
Do you
no
think
way.
It's just because of the optics of it, even though it is. We know it's a lot, not a lost season, but things haven't gone great for the Blue Jays, and they're not in a position where they're contending for a playoff spot. Even with that being the case, you think just because of the optics surrounding the situation, John Schneider would have said, "Nah, we're going to wait this out."
No, I don't think because of optics, but I do believe because he like genuinely, in a one-run game, you have a genuine chance to win. Like anything in a one-run game, truly anything crazy could happen. Even if like Jorge Lopez is on the mound or whoever's at the plate or whatever the situation might be. I don't think it's about optics. I genuinely think they want to win as many games as humanly possible, and they would have waited it out. But today, at least, we did not go into a third rain delay, thankfully. But unfortunately, it does mean that the Blue Jays did lose 3-2 to the Chicago Cubs, and it does mean they lose the series in Chicago. They'll try and avoid the sweep tomorrow at Wrigley Field. That's Daniele Franceschi. I'm Sho Ali. You're listening to Jays Talk live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. You can give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. That is the People's Text line. It is always open. Standard messaging and data rates do apply. We spent a ton of time today, Daniele, so we'll get to Chris Bassitt in a little while, but we spent a lot of time today, whether it was in the pregame show, the pregame show prior to a 2:20 Eastern first pitch, or in either of the two rain delays today. We spent a lot of time in a variety of places talking about the auditions for next year, right? And how you want to see, you being like me and you, the royal you, everyone, the team, fans, everyone, want to see more from a variety of guys for whom there are question marks, right? So Davis Schneider, Will Wagner, Leo Jimenez, Addison Barger, Spencer Horwitz, Ernie Clement, Stuart Baroa, they all played today. Like they all essentially played today, all with a variety of results. And obviously, first, we'll see what Schneider says, John Schneider, because you hope Leo Jimenez is all right. He was removed from the game with a right knee soreness, so we'll see if there are any updates on him. But let's discuss the guys who are somewhat on the fringes, because I think we can all agree, despite some lulls to a certain extent, especially for Horwitz, but Horwitz and Clement, they're in there next year, right? I'm not sure what their exact roles would be. I personally would pencil in Horwitz right now as a starting second baseman, or maybe the strong side of a second base platoon at the very least. I would think I would put Clement, even if he's not the starting third baseman, because it would seem they have some options in free agency. But if you're only backfilling from within the team, the most obvious candidate for the third base spot is Ernie Clement. But even if he's not the starter, he's on the bench next year. But so if you disagree, you can let me know. But if let's take Horwitz and Clement out of that conversation, you're still left with Will Wagner, Leo Jimenez, who again was removed from this game with a knee thing, Addison Barger, who hit a late home run off of Jorge Lopez, or Davis Schneider, who again continued to struggle today.
Yeah, Davis Schneider really fighting it. I think I'd like to start with Davis Schneider, because we saw Spencer Horwitz as a result of Davis Schneider being pinch hit for. He's struggled mightily, and including today now, Show, if we sort of look at this recent sample for him, now 0 for 16 with 9 strikeouts in his last 6 games. Really bad. 2 walks mixed in. Those are the only 2 instances in which he's been on base. But, anytime you're being pinch hit for, that's enough of an indication to say, hey, you're really struggling here. So I'm not sure what they frankly do with Davis Schneider at this particular point in time, because things are not going well. The quality of at-bats have been very poor. Yeah. They haven't looked good. So he's in a difficult stretch right now. You're not seeing him as frequently featured in the starting lineup. This today was his 8th instance starting in the month of August out of a potential, I think it was 14 or 15 games that the Jays have played so far this month. So clearly, performance is playing a factor in terms of how it's affecting his playing time for the time being. That was probably the most notable development, or certainly observation from today is just seeing the continued struggles of a Davis Schneider. Apart from that, I mean, nice at bat from Addison Barger to homer. I mean,
he crushed that
He
thing.
destroyed that ball. Dead center field, no doubter. Crushed it. Handled velocity as well to absolutely deliver that bomb to dead center in the 9th inning. And I did want to also highlight, Show, out of all those guys that we've sort of talked about, the ones that are competing for jobs and auditioning for different roles in 2025, I thought Will Wagner had another strong day. Now, I think if I'm looking at it right now, 1 for 3 ends up finishing in the box score. It's nothing that's going to jump out at you.
Had a walk as well, I think.
Had a walk, so 1 for 3 with a walk. Overall, though, I thought all of his at-bats were very good. I even made this point as we were watching the game. I said, man, does he cover the strike zone incredibly well? Like, there's not a single pitch, regardless of location, that you don't feel like he can cover if he is able to identify it correctly. And I even went back and I decided, let me just take a peek at the at-bat, each AB individually and break it down in terms of the volume of pitches that he saw. 6 pitches in his first at-bat. In his second AB, he also saw 6 pitches. Third AB was 5 pitches, and then his last AB, in which he recorded an out, it was 7 pitches. But he's doing a tremendous job of working at-bats, getting himself into favorable counts. And for a guy that's only been here for less than a week, this was today his 4th major league start, his 4th major league game, he kind of has a really mature approach. And it speaks to... It's evidence of those numbers that we saw in the minor leagues, the 315 batting average that he had in AAA. Mm-hmm. It's real. It's legit. There is some significant upside here in terms of what he can be, and he really stood out to me yet again today with his approach in the box and the quality of his at-bats.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not ready to give Will Wagner a starting spot on the team next year. Obviously, he's obviously not going to get jettisoned, and neither is Joey Loperfido, who also played today, actually very late in the game. But neither of them are getting jettisoned because they're so new to the organization. Doesn't necessarily mean that. I mean, they could honestly they could play really well for the rest of the season and still not be with the team to start 2025. It's a very real possibility. And of course, that specifically, I think, does hinge on what the Blue Jays do in the offseason, right? Like if they go out and get 2 or 3 bats, and I don't know, 3 bats seems like a lot, right? But if they go out and get 2 major league quality bats, and that the cascading effect is that it pushes everyone down a little bit, there's a chance that anyone who's in the conversation for being the 23rd to 26th man on the roster could all be in Buffalo next year, even if they do deserve to be on the team, right? So I think that's just like a reality of where the Blue Jays are at in terms of who's getting ABs right now. But I do agree with you that Will Wagner, in a very short period of time, has given you enough quality ABs to make you think, okay, there's something here.
Absolutely.
And there's something to be worked on for him. And again, are we penciling him in for like the second base spot next year? No, I don't. At least I'm not, and I don't think you are either. But ultimately, when you look at what Will Wagner is, I think he's a little bit of an older prospect. But even with older prospects, you don't always get the kind of results you're seeing from Will Wagner. But I think it's enough to say, how much do you want to see from him going forward? And I think you're going to ask that question about everyone, certainly. And I think the answer is, I want to see more. Like, I want to see him play more.
Yes.
And again, there are 2 lefties on the mound between today's game and tomorrow's game for the Cubs. Justin Steele today, and Shota Imanaga is scheduled to take the mound tomorrow. And I mean, gosh, Imanaga, he was an all-star this year.
Oh, he's filthy.
He's been absolutely nasty since coming over from Japan. So that's going to be another tough assignment. I wouldn't be surprised, frankly, to see Will Wagner sit tomorrow.
Yes.
Because I'm not sure they want to, even in after a handful of games, want to throw him in there against 2 straight, very good lefties. And we're not even talking about guys who are like kind of dicey lefties, guys who are not in the top end of rotations. We're talking about 2 of maybe the best left-handed pitchers, maybe in baseball, in terms of starting caliber pitchers. So you probably won't see Will Wagner tomorrow, but I do expect, especially with the Reds coming to town on Monday, he's probably going to play a fair bit at the Rogers Center starting on Monday for another brief homestand. So I am curious to see how much playing time he gets going forward starting on Monday. And who knows, maybe we're wrong. Maybe he does play tomorrow for all we know. But I think that probably is likely to happen, in terms of the next 48 hours. Davis Schneider, though, yeah, it's been a tough watch for old Schneids. There was a text here from Jane Regina, 590 name and location. We need Davis to get a streak going towards the end of the season so he can be packaged in the offseason, or else he'll be playing himself off the team by opening day. There was another text from Mike in Victoria. Time for a mercy demotion for Schneider to get it right. This was about an hour ago he sent this in, but at the time, 2 for 32 since July 31st, an 0.63 batting average. It's true. I mean, even today, you see, when was this? And I guess it was against Pearson, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Pearson, and by the way, I mean, how are you going to go 2 innings against Nate Pearson of all people and not score a single run, right? Like, you load the bases with, I think, 1 out, and you don't score at all against a guy I would think they all know extremely well in Nate Pearson. Not a great look. I know Springer very narrowly missed a home run. It was kind of funny to see Springer and Pearson on that AB both kind of chuckle to themselves because they must know each other quite well, I would imagine. But end result is Pearson, who got the win today, by the way, for the Cubs, allowed a whopping 0 runs.
That stings, man.
That does sting. But a part of that was Davis Schneider, right? He just wands over a Pearson slider. Like 3 pitches Pearson threw to Davis Schneider, a 4-seamer for a called strike, a 4-seamer for a foul ball, and then a slider for strike 3. So it's just the ABs, to go contrary to your point for Will Wagner, the ABs for Wagner look pretty competitive. Even if he's not getting results on all of them, the ABs for Davis Schneider right now look anything but competitive, I would say.
You're consistently seeing non-competitive at-bats. And it's emblematic of somebody who right now, when he steps in the box, has no game plan or no idea of how to adjust. He looks completely confounded when he's in the batter's box. It's just difficult for him, pitch to pitch, to play that mind game with the pitcher and trying to predict or trying to forecast what the next sequencing of pitches might be. Yeah. He just looks completely uncomfortable when he is in an at-bat. And it feels like, for whatever reason, and maybe now this slump that he is currently experiencing is certainly compounding things from a mental standpoint, but it's as if, clearly they're all major leaguers, they're all professional athletes. They are preparing, they are putting in the work. And whatever his preparation looks like, the moment that first pitch comes in from the pitcher, it feels like he's trying to process things in the moment as opposed to being very much committed to his process and to his approach. And that is never a good sign for a hitter. And clearly in that at-bat that you referenced with regard to Pearson, 3 pitches, sat him down, made it look very easy, very effortless for Nate Pearson because he comes with the hard stuff. And then he says, okay, now I've got you in a leverage position. I'm just going to throw a slider over and make it. And it wasn't even the most competitive pitch, right?
No, it really wasn't.
I'm going to throw it anyway. That is the waste pitch that everybody talks about when you're in an 0-2 count. Pitchers love throwing it. Something that's not going to do any harm or damage. Throw it away from the strike zone. He does it. He gets a swing and miss. It's a sign. Davis Schneider really, really fighting it right now. Evidence of how much he is struggling. And he needs something to change. And I don't know if, yes, the Jays are in a position where they're not competing for anything of consequence, but maybe you do see when a guy like Jonathan Class A is potentially in line for a promotion here. Sure. Davis Schneider is the one that is going down and needs more seasoning and an opportunity to reestablish himself, rediscover that stroke, that swing that we've seen him have success with down in Buffalo at the AAA level.
Yeah, I've been pretty reticent to, because you're not the first person to suggest that in terms of him going down to Buffalo. Like, I think Jen in Toronto, who texts in pretty often, she has texted in to say, he needs to go down. A lot of people have called in and said it. I've only been reticent to say that that's going to happen because if you're talking about sending people down, I mean, the more obvious guys to go down, I would think, even with Davis Schneider struggling, are guys like Stuart Baroa or Addison Barger, for example. Yeah. But honestly, like, if he's struggling to this degree, because I talked about this with Nick Ashbourne on Jay's Talk like weeks ago, and he was struggling then, and things haven't really changed. Like, it's been like half a month or more where things have continued to snowball in a negative way. I can't help but think even now that while the obvious candidates to go down are guys that are a little bit lower down the pecking order, because he's struggling to such a mighty degree, I can't help but think that it would just be a good mental reset for him just to go down, even if it's for like the bare minimum time that you go down when someone is, because you have to go down for a certain amount of time and you can't be called back up for, I think it's like 15 days or whatever it might be. It might just be a good mental reset, and maybe he does get called back up when rosters expand in September, or when someone has to go on the IL, for example, if that's the case. But like, if Bo is going to come back off the IL, honestly, if you're talking about guys who are going to go down to the minors right now, you need to make space for someone right this second. It might just behoove Davis Schneider to get a mental reset. And I say that as someone who really likes watching Davis Schneider. I think there is actually a spot for him on the team next year, but not if he plays like this.
I'm with you. I think Davis Schneider, when he's right, is a major leaguer.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think he's a guy that's a quad A player. I think he can be a major leaguer. Is he an everyday major leaguer? Maybe not. But is he a roster player? Absolutely, he's a roster player when he is right. And I do think we saw enough of a sample before he started struggling between last year and into the early portion of this season to establish enough of a judgment and a fair judgment of him being capable of playing at this level. I don't think that's far-fetched. Now, if we want to actually look at things, entering today, excluding this game today in which he goes 0 for 3, if we look at the last 55 games for him, that takes us back to June the 1st. He, is hitting 168. 168, 3 homers, just 8 extra base hits in his last 55 games.
Well, I can't imagine that went up after going 0 for 3.
Exactly. Probably went down slightly. That average probably dipped slightly. He hasn't homered, and I had this in front of me as well. His last home run, you have to scroll far back. It came on June the 22nd. He hasn't homered in more than a month. So I do think the way we often reference this when we discuss prospects a lot, young players, and we say, is it really beneficial for a guy to be at the major league level if they're not playing every day? If that player who was previously playing every day in the minor leagues is coming up just for the sake of coming up, but is only getting a handful of at bats every week, does it make sense? And I almost feel similarly about Davis Schneider right now. How is he benefiting from stepping into the box once every 2-3 days, going 0 for 4, and then sitting on the bench again for a couple of days because inevitably there are other guys that are performing better, and the Jays also need to make sure they are getting a look at various younger players that they have injected into their system. So as a result of that, I would suggest, as you proposed, why not just allow him to go down, have that bit of a mental reset, play every day, be consistent in whatever position he's playing, whether it's second or left field, and just say, it's okay. You're fine. This happens. It's part of the process. We still believe in you. Go down there, reset yourself, and then we'll bring you back up when the time is appropriate.
We got a text here at 590-590. Before we go to the phones, it just says, you guys are delusional. Davis Schneider is finished. You got to sign your text so we can give you a shout out.
Yeah, please.
Even if I disagree. I just think, look, he is really scuffling right now. He absolutely is. But I don't think 2 months is enough of a sample size to say this guy is finished as a major leaguer. He is probably, I think because of his age, closer to a finished product than not. But at the same time, I think we've also seen enough from him. And we probably saw, I think the thing is, we probably saw the peak version of Davis Schneider essentially right away because he was hitting the absolute cover off the baseball. We're talking about all these things about Will Wagner to be also hitting the cover off the baseball, and it's still not as good as what Davis Schneider did when he first got called up last year. So I hope he pulls it together. But it's true. I mean, if he doesn't pull it together between now and next season, now and the end of the season, then by next season, I think we're going to be having a very different conversation about Davis Schneider. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. It is always open. Let's first, though, go to the phones, and let's go to Shlomo in Scarborough. Shlomo, what's up?
Hey, guys, couple things I wanted to note. Interesting to see Merriweather and Pearson having success against us. We got no guys throwing heat in our pen like that, especially since Garcia and then Romano's down and Garcia's out. So it's just interesting, not a good time for this front office. Also seeing our old pal Meza come and throw a scoreless inning in New York.
I saw that.
Yeah, it makes you question the Pete Walker effect. I don't know. It's not all up to him, but at the end of the day, it's just very interesting that change of scenery. We see these guys looking a lot more serviceable. Next thing on my list, you guys mentioned Clement. I think he's the only guy showing us that he's a major leaguer from these bubble guys so far, just because the defense is really good. And he's also been pretty much, I guess, debatably our second best hitter this year as well when you look at average.
Shlomo is real quick, is Horwitz on the bubble for you, or no? You're like, he's a done deal. He's on the team next year.
He's still on the bubble.
Okay, all right.
He's cooled off too much for me. He's also not an above average. Like, he's decent at second, considering he's never played there, but there's no versatility. Clement's more versatile, you know? Like, Horowitz, man, I hope he doesn't turn into a pumpkin like Schneider, you know? Like, these are older prospects, and they're older prospects for a reason. They're not the sure shots. You know, they could come and get hot, and then the league makes the adjustment. So Clement's the main guy that I'm thinking is a valuable piece, just because you like the fact that he can put it in play, and you also like the fact that he's above average with the glove. Think back to our 2015-16 team and how good everybody was on the diamond, how good everybody was at the plate. We need to make sure that we have those kinds of players moving forward. We're not getting real at-bats here, which takes me to this situation here. That Burrow at-bat, that was one of the worst major league at-bats we've seen like this season, especially in a high-leverage spot. I don't understand it. I guess they're giving these guys a shot because they want to be able to maybe throw them into some trades, but, like, that makes no sense. At least swap it. Let Burrow be the pinch runner and give the at-bat to Joey Loperfido, who apparently has incredible power. It was interesting to see Barger hit that one out. I don't have that much faith on him. Don't love his defense. I love the fact that he's got a cannon for an arm.
Sure.
So I do have some hope in him, but I mean, he still hasn't been consistent enough with the bat. But I do like seeing his arm in the outfield. Like, the fact that he can throw, 100-mile-per-hour missiles from there is pretty promising. Didn't love that throw he made. Was it today or yesterday across the diamond? Actually, it was today to Vlad. I thought he needs to. These guys. This isn't the tri-league. We need to see these guys make these plays. I guess in the other thing I didn't like too back on the management was the fact that we saw that double steal with Vladdy up at the plate. That was ridiculous, but it makes me think maybe we're playing for the Ethan Holiday sweepstakes. So in that respect, Schneider did a great job. Let's lose more games. Let's get that number 1 draft pick. I know it doesn't make as much of an impact. It's harder to get in baseball, but man, they're saying this kid's better than his brother. We put him up in the next 3-4 years he's on our team. We need pieces like that, especially because this front office is not that good at drafting.
Hey, Shlomo, appreciate the call as always, man. So a lot there, certainly. Let's talk about Barger real quick, just because I think I kind of had something similar to say about Barger. And then he hit the home run, and I thought, okay, well, that's not going to necessarily erase everything we've seen from Barger over the course of his relatively short major league career, but I was pleased, and you mentioned it already, to see the Barger home run, especially off of a very quality reliever in Lopez. Really ambushed him there. It was like a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, kind of in the lower part of the zone, and he still went down and got it. And Wrigley Field, not the greatest place to hit home runs, especially when the weather is how it's been today with the ball, the humidity, and so on. But maybe that helped, actually, in terms of the humidity. But the point being, Barger, I think, did somewhat redeem himself with the home run. Having said that, when you look at the breadth of his major league career, I think Daniele, for me, he is likely to be, and again, he's a younger guy, so again, he's less close to being a finished prospect, a finished product as maybe Horwitz and Schneider and Will Wagner are, for example, because they're a little older. But Barger generally is someone I think is going to, unfortunately, unless he really turns it around, be someone who gets caught between being one of those quadruple A players, too good for the minors, but maybe not good enough to have a staying power in the majors. I wonder where you fall on Barger, because I like what I've seen from him in the briefest of flashes. And I think today is a great example of that, because like Shlomo said, made some couple of not so great throws, but still has a rocket launcher attached to that right arm, has some obvious power in terms of hitting the ball as well. But at the same time, how often are you going to see that actually come through in in-game situations?
His arm is great. There's no doubt about that. Whether he's been in right field or playing third base on occasion, the arm has flashed, and it's real. That is a legitimate major league asset defensively. When it comes to the offensive side of his game, and I've made this point before, and even today watching the game, I raised it while we were here watching. I think what Barger's going to struggle with is how effective his swing is at covering the entire gamut of pitches he's going to encounter from a pitcher. And what I mean by that is you see, and this is, I guess in baseball parlance, it's stepping in the bucket, where he's got that really heavy leg kick. And because of that exaggerated movement, generally it makes it harder for those kind of hitters to cover breaking balls. And so when he's on time, when he's out in front, is he going to be able to do things like we saw today where he drives that ball and uses all of his natural ability and talent to just crush a beautiful, majestic homer to center field?
Yeah.
Of course, he's capable of that. But generally, when you're in the batter's box, you have to be as nimble as possible. And by virtue of the way he swings the bat and his just mechanics when he's in that box, it's going to be difficult for him to cover every single pitch. And as a result, you're seeing him struggle in various situations because you're caught in between routinely. Okay, am I hunting the heater here? Am I sitting back and waiting for a breaking ball? How do I adjust in those situations? And I think that is where I think we need to see the biggest growth from Addison Barger, is being a more balanced, more well-rounded hitter and working through some of those mechanical flaws inherently that are in his swing, because the power is real. There's a natural ability for him to just hit the ball as far as possible.
Right.
That you can't teach. It's similar to Joey Loperfido. He has natural power. How do you tap into that? How do you foster that in a way that will now allow them to actually be good major league level hitters? He's in that exact same camp as Joey Loperfido is.
Yeah, I think when it comes to auditions for 2025, which the rest of the season is going to be about, I mean, he has a lot of runway ahead of him. He certainly can turn around, I think, a lot of people's opinions, including ours, but he does have to show more, essentially, especially when he's at the plate, and, maybe tighten it up a little bit defensively. But I think he's been fine defensively, but I think you need to see a little bit more because, Shlomo was talking about Ernie Clement. The only two, I think, right this second, natural or most obvious choices for third base are Clement and Barger, right? I think I'd still rather see either of them than Vladdy at third base, for example. And I'm not really saying that to knock Vladdy. It's just that I think you prefer to have what he gives you at first base and see what someone else has who you don't already 100% know about at third base. But again, the answer to the question, who's the 2025 Toronto Blue Jays starting third base, it might be neither of those guys, right? It might be someone who's not even in the organization right now. I'm not even saying it's going to be Alex Bregman. It just might be literally anyone else. And if that's the case, then it's pretty much impossible to answer that question. Before we go back to the phones, I did want to get to the double steal situation that Shlomo brought up in the seventh inning, I believe, top of the seventh inning. They scored their first run in that inning with a beautiful bunt from Varsho. I'll give him some credit. There was actually a lot of bunting in this game by both teams.
Yeah.
But Varsho puts down the bunt, scores the run. Great small ball to manufacture a run in that situation. I think you do want to see more of that going forward. But, it kind of made irrelevant with the double steal situation. It kind of felt like that was a situation that could have snowballed positively for the Blue Jays, and it didn't. Springer gets thrown out trying to steal third base with two runners on. And again, I totally agree with Shlomo. If you want to try a double steal situation with most batters at the plate, all right. I'm not inherently opposed to it. Do you really want to try double steal with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. standing at the dish? Anyone else at the plate? Honestly, go for it. Frankly, the way the season has gone and the way most people have been hitting on this team, honestly, go for it. I don't really, it's not going to bother me too much. But Vladdy at the plate, your top dog, your most dangerous hitter, is kind of silly, right? I know Vladdy flew out right afterwards. But still, even with that hindsight, it's just, why even take that chance? I don't know. It's just kind of nuts.
You even got to think in a weird way, Sho, how does that decision change the complexion of Vladdy's at bat? He was ahead in the count. They choose to steal for whatever reason, whether that was intentionally put on by the Jays, that's a coaching move, or George Springer's just trying to read the situation. But this is something that circles back to a bigger theme surrounding this team in a way.
I know you're not a huge fan of their base running.
The base running really upsets me and irritates me. I made this point yesterday watching the game where I felt like base running was a big factor in them not winning the game in 9 innings and potentially not extending the game in extra innings. And today, there's a prime example where the Jays finally sort of get to the Cubs. They're applying pressure offensively. They get to Drew Smiley. Here comes Hodge into the ball game, and you have him on the ropes. Opportune time to score with your best hitter at the plate. Why are we overthinking it? Why are you running into outs on the bases? You cannot afford to kick yourself in the rear end and put yourself behind the 8 ball. Stop hurting yourself in those situations. And the Jays routinely, and I referenced this, statistically we'll never be able to prove it, Joe, because statistically they grade out as a fine base running team. They don't run into a ton of outs. They are effective and very efficient when they steal bases, although the volume isn't very high. They are efficient in that regard. They do okay running first to third, second to home, all these things. But if you watch the games day in, day out, I can assure you there are many instances in which we're kind of like, that was an interesting decision. And today was another example of that, where they found their one inning in which the offense seemed to come alive and they're stringing together a few at-bats and opportunities are there. What happens? You run into an out, you make a poor decision, and then it costs Vladdy an opportunity to do damage and drive in some runs. And, oh, by the way, he flies out on the next pitch, maybe in part because he's thinking, geez, why the heck would we do that in that situation there? I'm going to work a good at-bat. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to try and zone in and look for a specific pitch. And instead, no, we run into an out, and boom, just like that, our rally is dead. You killed your own rally. It made zero sense to me.
You remember when, was it Brett Laurie who tried to, did he try to steal home with Joey Bats? Jose Bautista standing at the plate. I seem to recall that, and I mean that's like a really egregious example. I mean, the fact that I can even kind of recall that, I think it speaks to the fact that it was one of the worst things I'd ever seen even then. But I'm not saying today is quite as bad as that, but I didn't love it, to Shlomo's point. 416-870-0590 1-888-666-0590 star 590 on your cell. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Adam in Thornhill. Adam, what's up today, man?
Good evening, guys. How are you?
Good. We didn't have to extend this game through a third rain delay, so that's always a positive.
That's true. And it was a fairly interesting game today, actually, with all the small ball and the bunts and all the attempted double plays, that attempted sweep tag by Wagner there off the Vladdy throw. There's some cool stuff in today's game, and, of course, getting burned by Pearson Merriweather. Shlomo sort of stole some of my thunder. I was going to call in and say the same thing about Ethan Holiday is expected to be one of the top prospects in next year's draft, the younger brother of Jackson Holiday, who's an absolute phenom, as we know, son of former Major Leaguer Matt Holiday. He's 17 years old right now, going to be 18 in the draft next year. I mean, this is a piece that you build on. And I understand that tanking in general, and it's a subject that's been much debated in the Toronto sports media with the Leafs over the years, when it was Brian Burke and all that, and they should be tanking. And it's sort of a taboo thing to say on a professional team, that you should almost like purposely lose to try and get a high-end prospect. And I understand that baseball is a different structure, but here's the thing. We have more information, more data, more knowledge on upcoming MLB draft picks than we have ever had in the history. It's not the same as the NFL that's 6 rounds. It's not the same as the NHL that has 7 rounds. This was always a 50-round draft. Now it's down to a 20-round draft. So obviously there's a lot more crapshoots in terms of who you're drafting. But the top-end guys who are being drafted, the Skeens, the Holidays, Charlie Condon this year, there are some guys who are more or less as close to no doubters as you can get. And Ethan Holiday, I know it's sort of very early and you're putting pressure on a 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid, but this seems to be one of those scenarios in these years that you kind of have to go for it. And to win meaningless games in August and September, when you know you're absolutely out of it, when you know that you have so many decisions to make regarding what you're going to either do with Bo and Vladdy, what you're going to sign moving forward, what you're going to trade, and the mess of your farm system, but not just the drafting, but also the development of how you brought along prospects these last 9 years, you can't really afford to throw away a major opportunity to try and get a guy who the industry believes is going to be the next big superstar. And the thing is that I believe it's Oakland and I think it's Colorado, 2 teams that are behind us right now, cannot get the first pick because of these new.
It's Oakland and Chicago, the White Sox.
Okay, so it is the White Sox. I wasn't sure if it was the White Sox or the Rockies. So basically, right now, if you look at the standings, okay, let's assume that Texas will pass us. It's the Angels, it's the White Sox, it's the A's, it's the Marlins, and the Rockies. So two of those teams cannot get that number one pick. So you have essentially, if you want to think of it this way, like a 1 in 4 shot at it. I know it's a little bit less than that because other teams are also involved in the lottery. And yes, the Guardians got it on a very low percentage. But my point is, you got to take a shot, and you got to try and go for that because that could be a major game changer for this organization. Anyway, that's what I got for today. Thanks, guys.
See you, Adam. Appreciate the call. Thanks for joining us here on J-Stock as always. So, okay, for those who are not familiar with how the draft works, just because I think we're going to field a lot of draft-related questions for the Blue Jays fans faithful going into next season. So, Adam and Shlomo are right that Ethan Holiday is the presumptive number 1 overall draft pick in next year's draft. By the way, Matt Holiday must have great genes. By the way, like he must be. I mean, great genes, great DNA from Matt Holiday and the Holiday family. But the way the draft lottery looks right now, after the Blue Jays lose, they're now lost 2 straight. They're 57 and 66. Now I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the scoreboard to see if anyone's finished playing of these teams, but the teams ahead of the Blue Jays right now, the Colorado Rockies, the Miami Marlins, the Los Angeles Angels, the Washington Nationals, and the defending World Series champion, the Texas Rangers. That might not be the case, but that's the top 6 in terms of best or worst record, I should say, in terms of best odds. So the Rockies and the Marlins both have a 23.49% chance to get the number 1 overall pick. The Angels have a 14.23% chance. The Nationals 10.68% chance with the number 1 overall pick. The Rangers 7.83%. The Blue Jays 5.55%. So the way it works is there's a lottery for the top 6 picks in the MLB draft, and teams that are that give rather than receive revenue sharing dollars, of which the Blue Jays are one of those, are not allowed to be selected in consecutive lotteries. So it essentially means that, I mean, the Blue Jays did not have a top 6 pick last year. They can this year, but if they do get a top 6 pick this year, they will not, like the White Sox and the A's are ineligible this year, they will not be eligible to receive a top 6 pick, I guess, in the 2026 MLB draft. So I think it kind of does, in a certain way, Daniele, put the impetus on the 2025 draft when there is such a high draft pick. I think the problem with it, I mean, obviously, just if you're tanking, and I don't think the Blue Jays are tanking, but if they are tanking, you're trying to put yourself in the best position to get that top draft pick. But because it's a lottery now, it's not just a straight, you're the worst team, you get the number 1 overall pick. Because it's a lottery and has been for a couple of seasons now. It's kind of tough, right? Like it's kind of tough to put your fate in the hands of chance, so the hands of a couple of ping pong balls, essentially.
100%. It's a very volatile. It's not a strategy. I said that hope is not a strategy. That pertains to what the Jays did
does a great job with the quarterbacks.
This year.
Former wide receiver as well.
So
Does a great job of being able to communicate with those guys. Hey, this is what the quarterback's seeing, so Josh doesn't have to do it always.
Okay, in theory, let's root for the team to lose.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
because
that's hard.
Because now it's I'm trying to think what other sports still do it. I know the NFL does it, but apart from the NFL, where if you have the worst record, you get the first pick. It feels like out of the core 4 main sports in North America,
all lotteries. Yeah,
they're all lotteries with the exception of the National Football League. So this is part of the process. I understand that the further down the standings you finish, the odds increase. But even if we look at, in this instance, for the Rockies and the Marlins, who are currently tied for the worst record in the sport and are 1 and 2 in the lottery standings as it currently sits today, it's 23.4%. That is what you're banking on. In theory, if you have the worst record in baseball, is to have a 23% chance at landing the first pick. I'm not saying that landing Ethan Holiday wouldn't change the landscape of your franchise potentially. It might. It very well help you usher in the next wave, the next generation of Blue Jays baseball. That being said, I think it's difficult in baseball to really strategically tank by virtue of the way the sport is played, and in addition to that, because of how the lottery process unfolds.
I agree with you. Like I think baseball is a harder sport to tank in I think also because of the sheer randomness of the sport in a full 9-inning game, or really any game, right? But over the course of 162 games. And I think, too, I mean, there's a texture on the text line from Nick in North Bay who says, how can you ask a team to tank? Tanking sounds good, but in theory, it isn't realistic. How can you ask Vlad to strike out on purpose and the other guys as well? And I think that's a valid point from Nick because, I mean, we're going to spend so much time talking about auditions for 2025, and they know that's the case, right? So that's because, again, when I say they, the players know that's the case. So they're not going to stop trying. Jobs for them, even if it's not with the Blue Jays, jobs are on the line for them for the rest of their hopefully long major league careers. And if they, what are you going to do? I suppose that the job of tanking, I suppose, wouldn't really be up to the players. It would be up to the management, right? Like it'd be up to demoting players down to the minors and bringing up guys who maybe don't deserve to be there, or guys who are quote unquote inferior in terms of how what their skills might be. Like that's what it would be essentially. And I don't really see that happening because the season is already lost, unfortunately. I think if you could trade, the other major difference, I think, when it comes to tanking in baseball versus tanking in any other sport is if you could trade draft picks.
Great point.
I bet it would look different, honestly. Just in like a general sense.
Great point.
It would make probably more sense for tanking because then you could, in theory, go and like the Rockies could trade picks or the Marlins could trade picks, and I'm sure they probably would have a bazillion times over by now.
Yes.
If you could trade like your top 10 pick or a top 5 pick and do what like the Bears, we think, did in the NFL when they had they didn't finish with the worst record this past season, but they had the number 1 overall pick and drafted someone who might be a franchise quarterback in Caleb Williams. But that's because they made a deal with the Carolina Panthers the year prior, right? But like you can't really do that in the world of baseball.
No, that's a great point, Sho. And also think about how that would change the entire landscape as it relates to asset management.
Right.
If you were a team like the Blue Jays even, and certainly, as you alluded to, it applies probably even more aptly to teams like Colorado and Miami or the Angels right now at this particular juncture. Chicago, the White Sox, of course. But imagine being a team that is clearly in the camp of, we are sellers. We are not remotely close to being competitive. Imagine having the opportunity to acquire multiple draft pick assets at a trade deadline, let's say. So hypothetically, instead the Blue Jays were going into this draft, they might have 2 or 3 opportunities in the draft lottery to move up, whether that's to acquire to get the first overall pick or to get a top 10 pick. Imagine having that opportunity at your disposal. But because it is the rules are very stringent when it comes to draft pick allocation, and the only way in which picks change hands is essentially through compensatory measures. But when it comes to baseball, this is it. And I was just toying around with this. There's a website here that actually you can like play through different lottery simulations. I've done like 10 of them.
Is this the Tankathon website?
Tankathon.
Yeah, they're a great resource, actually.
Going through it, I have yet to have the Blue Jays land on the first pick. And in fact, they've moved down more often than they've actually either stayed stagnant at number 6 or have moved up in the lottery process.
Well, you know, I just hit it 3 times and they moved up to 4. So there you go.
Hey, well done. There we go. But it is, as we just alluded to, unpredictable and very volatile. It's difficult. It is not a science. And that is certainly when it comes to this front office. If you know anything, they're going to try and make it as scientific as possible to ensure that they have a formula on how to build their team and how to maximize their assets.
Actually, just in that same simulation, when I hit the sim lottery thing and the Blue Jays moved up to 4, actually the Texas Rangers moved up to the number 1 overall pick, which would be absolutely absurd. No one wants to see the defending World Series champion get the number 1 overall pick into the following year's draft. Or I guess the next 2 years' draft. That would be actually pretty wild. 416-870-0590, 1-888-60590, star 590 on your cell. Before we hit a break, let's go back to the phones. Austin in Zurich joining us here on Jays Talk. Austin, what's up?
Hey there, guys. What's up?
Hey, doing great, Austin. What's on your mind today? What do you want to talk about?
Chris, the batter was great today. He was like throwing the pitch at the pitch. I was really impressed of him.
I was too. Hey, Austin, appreciate the call. Thank you for joining us here on J Stock. I think Austin's point about just being impressed with what Bassitt was able to give you today because specifically he had to pitch through multiple rain delays.
It was pretty interesting.
Honestly, I genuinely was impressed with Bassitt because of that reason primarily. 5 innings pitched was the stat line for Bassitt. 5 hits, 3 runs, all of which were earned, 2 walks, 5 Ks, 76 pitches, 43 strikes in those 5 innings of work. And yeah, I mean, I find it difficult to entirely decide how to judge a Bassitt start on a day that includes 2 rain delays. And again, it's a good thing they were brief enough to let him come back out not once but twice. But I think
this has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app. Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's